Hi folks, I'm Alan Watt and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 28th of February 2021. And as always, I hope you're all hanging in there and not hanging from trees, because certainly people are getting awfully depressed by this lockdown. Nothing that wasn't predicted in the plans of it all many, many years ago when they talked about their pandemic exercises, and all the present co-conspirators, you might say, who were involved in it, were involved in all the planning stages of previous tests of it as well, including how to keep the people locked down and what to expect with lockdowns and pushback, etc., and how they'd have to go after individuals who would be putting out information against lockdowns or even vaccinations, and how to, not to challenge their big groups dead on, you see. It's much easier to knock them off one at a time, basically, by different means of deplatforming or whatever it happens to be, just to stop them from putting out information. This was all written out in their plans for pandemics, and you find it in the section put out by the Rockefeller Foundation in 2010, the section called Lockstep, to do with innovations for the future and so on. You find Lockstep in it, and Lockstep goes through the lockdowns, in a pandemic. All the stuff that we've heard since with even Event 201 and CladX, etc. All the same things, the same people over and over again, same group, same pyramid of groups, really, the capstone at the top, you might say, because they all get their orders from something above themselves, obviously, when they're all on board with the same agenda worldwide at the same time, in every country pretty well. But they said in the Lockstep that they would keep pushing for more and more, to take more and more rights from the public, because this is to achieve a much bigger goal than anything to do with any pandemic. Is to bring in the great global reset, as Mr. Schwab has prattled on about in his books and so on, about bringing a new society. And you've got to have a wartime scenario. He calls it a wartime scenario himself. He said that in some little video clips. That's how he sees it. That's how it's planned to be. And it is, because out of a wartime scenario, you have a different society at the end of the war. In fact, if you have competing or conflicting parties fighting each other in wartime, both countries, or more countries, all the conflicting parties are changed forever, basically. So his plan changed to come out of this whole idea of using a pandemic to bring it about, not just a financial reset, but it's a complete reworking of money, or even what you think of money. It's energy, it's technocracy, where energy units are represented by tokens, or money if you want to call it that. It's all the same thing, really, isn't it? And you'll have a different way of living. It'll be a vastly reduced population eventually, including what they've said since the last 100 years, that they should really issue licenses for those who should be allowed to have children. They even had articles years ago when I did the talks on radio about giving special privileges to those who served the system better, top civil servants and so on, who really worked for this global society, for this world-type governance system, and how they could literally give it as a reward, where they could let you pass your genes on to another generation. I'm not kidding you. This is from the top, eh? And if you think you're in a madhouse, well, you are really in a madhouse, but a very clever madhouse, because the mad ones at the top, the godlike ones, just really believe in what they're doing, and they truly believe as well that they have the right to do with the planet and everybody in it as they see fit. They really truly believe. They even teach it in certain university courses now to do with forms of behaviorism and eugenics, all combined into bioethics. So it's quite interesting to see that you're in the science fiction movie at last. You see, you're actually in it, and you're watching the players come out openly and tell you how it's going to be. Not asking you how you like it. No, they're telling you how it's going to be, whether you like it or not. And they have many, many different techniques to do it. The professional persuaders, again, come out from different universities. He went taught behaviorism and psychology and public relations, and who even are taught all the techniques of marketing ideas to you. And you've no idea. Years ago I talked about the language has always been used by those who understand the techniques of controlling your thoughts. And your thoughts that take through your brain all day are given to you by whatever media is present at the time. At one time, they often used through the churches at one time, unfortunately. But town criers were used to impart information or decrees from the king. And people would prattle on about these decrees and try to discuss them and find out what they really meant and dissect them and find out what their opinion should be on it. And that's how it was much, much easier in those days to just give out, because you didn't have TVs or radios, you see, or internet or anything like that. And so once the radio came along, these sciences really took off, using radio as a means of persuasion through propaganda. People don't realize how far ahead it was even in the 1920s and 30s, building up to World War II as an example, and how incredibly accurate it is today, to do with the uniformity of information. If you must control societies and worlds, you might say, or nations, then you must control all information, you see. But never give the impression that you control it. You simply make sure that 1,000 different points of light, as they often refer to their agendas and their NGOs and think tanks and so on, that work towards the same goals and put out the same information. But it appears to the public, oh my goodness, they can't all be the same, because there's 1,000 newspapers across the world and magazines all just, so they can't all be connected. Well, they are all connected. It's quite easy to have them all connected, especially since they're all taking information from one or two news sources. And that's why they all have the same propaganda. And back in the 30s, I did the talks years ago to do with the 1930s and the 40s, where the Rockefeller Foundation actually put out surveys, did intensive surveys, and they did very accurate ones, just as the same today, you know. If you want to do something, find all the information about it, then use that information to manipulate your ideas into reality. Make it all happen. That's why they've never been afraid to push agendas forward. They really study their victims carefully before they do it. They understand human nature, hence the incredible investigations of psychology, human behavior, and so on, by the different sciences that are involved in it. And back in the 30s, Rockefeller and his group realized they only needed about 30 or 33, again, naturally 33, right, newspapers and magazines to control all the rest. The rest of them would just copy from the 33, you see. And that's what we have today. But you also have maybe two real wire sources that have been popular for a long, long time. And most media, again, takes their cue from that. And you even have all these comedies for many years where they would show you the same clips of a myriad of newscasters giving out the same exact spiels per night as each other, without any variation at all getting it from the same sources. But to the average person, you understand most folk don't think about things much at all. They tune into their usual favourite newscaster at night on television, and it doesn't dawn on them that every other one, if they flick through the channels, is given the exact same news, all from the same source, obviously. And it is surprising. You would think most folk are like yourselves. For those who are awake, it's a shock at times when you're growing up to realize that most folk don't think or perceive things the way that you do, you know. And it's a shock. I mean, a real shock when you realize that they've never thought about certain things at all. They've taken so much for granted, and they're perfectly conditioned because of it. They haven't questioned much at all. And that's a natural way to be, actually, you know, a really natural way to be in some sense. If you're in a truly real world where you lived in a tribe of people in a village, and the head villager that you elected had no more than you did in a simple tribal setting. But we're not in that setting anymore, and you have this incredible amount of persuaders at the top working for, and the politicians, the lackeys working for the big ones above them that put them in power. The voters don't put them in power. I don't know where you get that idea from, but it's been that way for an awful long time. Politicians are very carefully selected and screened before you even hear their names by the same source. And Carroll Quigley talked about that too, about, he said, in the 1960s, I think his book came out, and his main book actually is well known for. He wrote other ones, which I personally think are just as valid. But Tragedy and Hope did come out, and he talked about the ones who literally, actually what he talked about was the fact that he and a squad of professors were brought in as professional persuaders to debate people who are causing ruffles in society by exposing things which governments and governmental agencies, or even the CIA, were really involved in, And what they would do would bring in about 3 or 4 professors, give them a couple of days to swat up the topic, and they'd go in there in an agreed fashion to attack the person who's either putting a book out or putting out information that's exposing things that they didn't want to be known to the general public. So they would try and ridicule the person as you're a person who knows very little, really, little knowledge is dangerous. We professors know what we're talking about. And you defame them and smear them on television, and that would generally, as Quigley said, that would generally work. He talked about this in some videos, by the way, too, old ones years ago. And he said until at one occasion it happened, he says, where one guy had come out with a book, and I think it was called None Dare Call It Conspiracy. I think that may be the one, Gary Allen. And he said this guy knew his stuff. He had done his real homework, and he says we couldn't ridicule him. You see? Now, you notice he didn't say, we couldn't show that he was wrong. Their whole technique was to ridicule. And that hasn't changed in the present day. This is how it's really always been. It's actually worse today because they've churned out much, much better characters, better trained in behaviorism and psychology and special areas of psychology. Working for the military, by the way. The military's heavily involved in all of this. That's why they turned them loose, using the PSYOP organizations with cyber warfare organizations. And it's been in the media, it's not my word for it, my opinion on it. I've read the articles from the mainstream on it, where they turned these characters loose on those in the internet media to attack them and defame them and do all kinds of dirty tricks, which they'd used across the world, across the Middle East and Syria and Egypt and different places over the past, and Iraq and so on. And it said in the newspaper, this same organizations are now being authorized, be turned loose upon the public inside their own countries. Do you realize what's going on here? And you idiots, and I have to say idiots, go out and vote all the time to keep the same system going. This is incredible. Because you have no rights, you see. You really don't have any rights at all. When your governments can collude together to change a society on behalf of bigger organizations above the governments, rather obviously so, in fact, then it truly is amazing. And when you have so much evidence for it, that you're going to go and vote for the same characters to come in again. No. The same people who do what they're told and take all your rights away from you under the guise of COVID. And to a formula from previous tabletop exercises that they had with Johns Hopkins in the past, following the exact formula of lockdown, as I say, right back to the one in 2010, Operation Lockstep. That's from the whole one part of a whole series of stuff put out under the Rockefeller Foundation back then, 2010. And in lockstep, they said they'll keep pushing and pushing and demanding, and says that's what we'll do. Because the idea is to change society forever, eh? A planned society. They know where they're going with all, and how to get it there, and how to cause as much damage as possible to the present cultural system. And they said they wouldn't stop until there was mass pushback from the general public. That's what they said back then. And that's what would have to come to stop this now. And even then, you can't just stop it. You've got to start taking back your rights then. If you don't do that, they've won already, you see. They've already got so far ahead with you, with the changes, you'll accept them. So you've got to push back for all the rights that you had, including the right to work and have your own business and all the rest of it. Got to do it. Because in this new system that they're bringing you into, you won't be able to have private businesses unless you're big international corporations. It's a very old plan. Very old plan. And you're not in the big club, as that comedian said, George Carlin. Now the thing is, you'll never get back to any kind of normalcy when they have a plan at the top. And Mr. Schwab, the James Bond villain character, is a frontman, obviously, for the big international corporations that all work under the pyramid of finance, and take their orders from those at the very, very top. It's obvious. You can't have them all on board if they're all independent corporations, which tells you they're not really all independent corporations after all. There's someone who owns most of the shares in these corporations. You always find that happens, you see. You don't need to own the big amount of shares to run the company or to tell the company what to do. And don't forget, the CEOs are generally employees. They may have some shares in it, but they're really employees of the corporation. And the corporation then serves the bigger system that brings them in, helps them, and gives them financial help that they need to get through bad times, good times, or increase their profits. They don't do it all themselves. And so you have the appearance of big, successful corporations, but you've got to understand that they get big because someone chose them to be big, someone at the top, the big club, And they do that too by eliminating competition. That's how you get to have a big international a monopoly, basically. You eradicate competition. And of course, after the different takedowns of big corporations in the past, like the Rockefellers before, with their oil corporations and monopolies in so many different areas, which is a sign actually, it's like signs of a disease. When you see the same signs creeping across the world, you'll find these guys all know each other at the top in different countries, and they're doing the same thing. They take over the resources of the planet. You'll find that too in Quigley's books to an extent too. You also find it with the statements they make, the ones that represent them, like old David Rockefeller, who died, and his father before him, that said competition is a sin. He wasn't being egotistical as such and just arrogant. He was actually saying what he really believed. And the idea was to eliminate competition. They had the right, these guys like himself and an organization he belonged to, had the right to take over the world's resources. And only they could work it properly. The general public were too stupid and lower class to manage their own lives. In fact, that's what they believed. You're incapable of managing your own life. That hasn't changed. And so you'll find from old books from H.G. Wells, even before Wells actually, but H.G. Wells was rather arrogantly all for this agenda. And the same agenda that pretended it was left-wing, because they had the working class on board with them, the Fabian Society, financed by the biggest, richest folk of the era. So we're told anyway. I think there's bigger ones than them, like the Astor family. And members like Bertrand Russell, who belonged to all these different organizations, by the way, had a big hand in shaping the system you're in today, including talking and writing about the present system of changes, how they to bring in warlike scenarios to change the system, same as Quigley. But Russell also talked about useless eaters, because he and Wells and all the rest of them were eugenicists. They believed in superior types and inferior types. The socialist leaders they created, like George Bernard Shaw, were very open about that. They had the right to choose who would live and die. We saw that in operation when the Bolsheviks took over Russia. They went right to work at that, And Shaw said the same thing. You have to come to us and ask us why we should keep you alive. Your great socialist organizations. It's amazing how they can keep things quiet. And other socialist countries, they can actually paint with as a villain and make thousands of movies about them. But when you find they're all the same, really, at least the ones who run them all are connected to a higher group. They're all the same. There's dead silence. That shows you that you're actually on the right track when you begin to get that little light come on in your head. And that's how it is. Useless eaters, Bertrand Russell said. When talked about overpopulation, if you just let the people breed and all that, and H.G. Wells said it too. He says we can What about the people, helping the people? He says, well, we can give them food and we can help them get better hygiene and so on. And what do they do? He says they breed. He was so disgusted at that. It was okay for him to breed with different wives and so on over time. But you see, they belonged to the right people that had the right genes, the right makeup. And you didn't, you see. And you find the same thing with Margaret Sanger, Planned Parenthood. She talked about children being weeds. That's what she called them, eh? And certain ethnic groups too. She was straightforward. Well, no one hammers her, You'd think, this is the whole thing with logic. Logic has to be logical. It has to be the same. When the same circumstances are applied across the board to the same scenarios, you can't say these ones are evil and these ones are good. When that happens, there's something else at play, obviously, and people miss that all the time. But yeah, you had H.G. Wells, who was a front man, propagandist for the global society. He was all for the world wars that were coming. They knew they need a world war to change society. And he, again, I've said this before, he was the one who invented the slogans for the military to make you hate the enemy, because most folk don't hate the folk they're told to go off and kill. And so you have to demonize the enemy. Same within society under COVID, they're demonizing sections of society. Same techniques are always used before you isolate them and you deplatform them, stop them from having any speech, and then you eradicate them in one way or another, you see. Standard techniques never change. But H.G. Wells, he came out with the idea of the Hun and the Sun, beware of the Hun. So there weren't German people, no, there were Huns, you see, like the old tribal groups and so on. So you dehumanize them. They did the same with the Japanese World War II, of course, big time. But he also came up with the idea of splitting society internally. Because in World War I, at least initially, they didn't have drafting, you see. It was voluntary only, and so the propaganda was very basic but perpetual for the whole duration of the war. Go off and fight for your country. And I've said this before, years ago, if you look at the posters for the British monarchy, go off and fight for the king, You'll find it's the same. They were the cousins. The Kaiser were their cousins, And you'll see the same features on the posters. It doesn't matter if it was German or British, because they were all Germanic. That was a big joke of all. And you could literally change. A lot of people wouldn't know the difference of who was who in the posters, because they were so closely inbred. They looked so similar. Actually, the same. The words are the same. Same with, of course, with the Tsar of Russia. And anyway, here they're telling you to go off and fight the other people, or the real Germans fighting the real British, And when you think, and H.G. Wells was all for that, for the changes it would cause and societal changes, because then government takes over food and work and everything else, all the things you would do yourselves, they take all the rights from you, and you all work for the state, at least for the duration of the war. You never quite get out of it either. And the banks make a killing, the big lenders make a killing on war, guaranteed to have it returned, with all its massive compound interest by the government and its tax bureaus. So Wells, he came up with the Hun and the Sun, but he also internally split the people by getting arguments amongst them. That's sound stuff to get them all arguing with each other, you see, just like COVID. You getting a shot, yes or no, blah, blah, and get them all fighting each other. And Wells is said to the women, to the wives, if your husband doesn't go off and fight, then you should wear a white feather in your hat to show shame. And the people would see that and they'd know that it was your husband or your son you were referring to. Same with girls and fiancés, they would do the same thing to shame them, you see, to join the army and go off and fight for something that had really nothing to do with them. And no one to this day really has figured out what it's about, except the ones who caused it all, made it happen. So that was the great H.G. Wells, And he lit a lot of the bag too. He did mention, even in his novels, how he would come into work and there's all this paperwork just on his desk with all these ideas. And he was telling you really how he did get it, because he was getting a lot of information from the different science departments, especially, and government and universities that were told to work with them, to shape a new society. It's just astonishing that folk don't really get what you're, even in fiction, what you're portraying. It's portraying the future is planned that way. It's predictive programming to an extent. And in things to come, he shows you in one way of a war scenario, like you're in today, COVID war, like Mr. Schwab said, WEF, World Economic Forum. It's a war-type scenario, because out of the war type, they have a completely different society. That's why they're going to drag it on for years, you see. So they have that dragged on for years in a real war-type scenario in Wells' Things to Come. And out of it, you have the Brotherhood of the Air, a scientific Freemasonry of the air, he says, in his novel. They can keep secrets, work together, and they're international. And then their descendants are ruling the future, and you see them in the future in that movie form with the same actors that initially started off the Brotherhood of the Air, running a futuristic society with them in the top and the big sort of huge cathedral-type buildings, managing the whole societies with this discontented lot down below that had nothing to do except hobbies and so on. And were bored stiff, and the scientists kept changing society with more inventions and changing everything, change. So the ones at the top started arguing that there's just too much change, we can't adapt quick enough, and it's disruptive to our system, or psychology and all that kind of stuff, and culture. And that's what it's about too. So they touched on that for those in the know at the top. They give a message for themselves. And that's what the whole idea of Darwinism is adapt or die as well, you see, and eugenics. So anyway, the ones at the bottom, Bertrand Russell called the useless eaters. And if you're not essential, you're getting the point, essential, then you're classed as a useless eater. As a starting to, a little bell's gone off maybe once in a while. Useless eaters. It's all connected. This isn't happenstance. It's not coincidence. It's all connected, folks. Because they have given out these talks your whole life long at world meetings about useless eaters and too many of you. It's always you, not them, but it's always too many of you. You see, all their helpers think they're going to get through as well and get extra little. But again, a lot of them will be useless as well once there's nobody left to order about down below, you see. And that's where it all will end up eventually. That's some kind of something on your side to an extent. You may not get satisfaction in your lifetime, but you can be guaranteed that the ones who help it all happen, they get theirs eventually as well, because they won't need them either, you see. It's very Marxian in a sense, For those who don't understand the whole concept of Marxism, which really it came into this idea of communism and of Trotskyism and all these isms, you see. Anything with ism is part of the same structure. And I really mean that too, by the way. It's again the same kind of pyramid and techniques that he uses as isms. And you find that in Marxism, the way that at least Lenin and then Stalin promoted Marxism was that you would get to a stage and a generation where they'd have vast changes as they slaughtered off all the previous intelligentsia and replaced them by themselves. And that's what happened in Russia and other communist countries. And then, of course, the next phase of it would be a kind of cultural revolution, which is more written about the Chinese cultural revolution, where it becomes stagnant to an extent, and those who take over become fat and comfortable, and they're the new middle class that lack nothing really, and they're equivalent to middle classes in other countries that are supposedly their enemies, and they have all the same goods, material goods and so on at that level. And so things become inefficient because the state runs it all, and people who work for the state are guaranteed their income. They don't have to be good at it. And things decline, and therefore they get a cultural revolution going, where the students are indoctrinated to turn on those who are old, including their parents, and in some cases to slaughter them. And the theory being that they're contaminated with some of the remnant ideas of the old system and from their parents. So you turn on the parents to show that you're more avant-garde than they are. And you're the next step of the phase of this religion of communism or Marxism, you see. And that's what you do. So you wipe them out, and then you're left with the radicalized group, who generally stirs up trouble in the world and has to be put in its place by other nations. That's how it used to be, at least in theory. And then you start to realize, no, they couldn't take on the whole world by themselves. Then they get older and they get fat and lazy and quite happy and content as leaders, and it starts going down. And of course, then you find out that underneath all of it, you've got another group who studied them, who promoted them, in fact, and who even helped them come into being. The same group that gave you the American Revolution. And they studied that too. They called it the Great Experiments. One was the American Revolution for individual liberty and rights. Individual, you had to respect your rights. And if you didn't respect your rights and stand for them and make sure you had them, they'd be taken away from you. That was the big experiment. And if you abused your rights, then again they'd be taken away from you, you see. And of course you find even the founding fathers in the US talked about it. Jefferson and other ones talked about if every family had a cow or two for milk at least, and some farmland, it would work well in an agricultural society if everyone had the same kind of. But once you get into the city, see, the city has always been the antithesis, of freedom, because a city is artificial. It survives on a hierarchy structure at the very top of the ultra rich, who live like a beehive system, and the ones all below it, a tiered system. And once you enter a city, if you're working class, you're generally trapped there for your life quite often, because you can't get out of it. The money you earn goes off to pay for rent, which is atrocious, and stuff like that. So anyway, the agricultural system, it was the only way you had some kind of freedom and space as well, by the way, And that was always the problem down through history. Even in ancient Roman times, you had the Senate trying to take away the peasants' small holdings, the agricultural societies encroaching on them to take land off them and so on. And that caused an awful lot of problems and revolutions and backlash from the peasantry. And then, of course, once you run short of food because you've taken land off the people, we've seen it all before, haven't we? In our own lifetimes, or at least your parents have, with China and the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union imported most of its grain from the West in its entire existence. And again, you have the strange thing, why would you be feeding what we're told is the greatest enemy? When things don't quite mesh, there's something going on here that you're not in on, Because your own countries have used starvation across the world by starting wars, getting folk wrapped into the wars, even off the land until they're all fighting elsewhere. And you find across Africa, the starvation is caused because there's either wars going on around them, and often from the West. It's inspired by the West and funded by the West, and corporations are involved. And again, a lot of the best land is taken away from them and put under United Nations Habitat Organization. Some of the best farmland, or the Sierra Club and Prince Philip's groups and so on, some of the best farmlands. That's not coincidental, because they know if you feed the people, they might be healthy and then they might breed, They talk about it, for goodness sake. They publish this stuff to their members. And somehow the people outside in the first world countries think, well, that doesn't mean us. That's the greatest thing of all, that you don't realize that, you're the first subjects to be introduced to forms of sterilization, not all at the same time to the same extent, but your number's been plummeting for a long time. And they keep publishing these quizzical results. Why is that happening, they say, Meanwhile, they can spend billions to find out all about coronaviruses and things like that. Even then, they can't tell you much about them, really. But you would think they would certainly, and they know plenty about anatomy and physiology and biology and biochemistry, but it's a big puzzle to why your sperm count's dropping. What's changed in the last 100 years? Well, has your food changed? Well, to an extent it has. But what else has changed? Has anything been introduced into your body and you're like, well, I could mention what it is, but I'd get black marks for saying it. Well, that's basic, Occam's razor, It's Sherlock Holmes, isn't it? What's changed? And believe you me, if you hit on a certain topic, alarm bells go off, you'll find out very quickly. And again, I've mentioned before that Bertrand Russell said that by means of diet, injections and injunctions, they could reduce the population and make them placid as well and obedient. Drops in IQ. The same IQ levels that the United Nations has been publishing for years. Every few years they publish the same test results in different countries across the world. And it's a big puzzle why the same tests are showing that there's a drop in the intelligence of people across the board. It's just, it's one of them things, it's a puzzle. There you go. And I guess most folk, if they bother to even read them at all, accept them as just some mystical thing, perhaps. Mystical. But there's nothing about us that's not known by the huge, huge layers upon layer upon layer of a system of observation, investigation, and analysis, and the collecting of all kinds of data on humans. There's nothing they don't know. Nothing. They actually say that, especially in their psychological warfare operations. And when they bring in anthropologists, it's astonishing. I've got so many articles on it over the years, but I know they sent anthropologists into the Middle East along with the military. They had it in the newspapers at the time to train the soldiers on the culture, you see, and how the culture developed, but also to train them on what terrifies each culture. So the anthropologists would work with those eventually that did the torturing, the ones who did the extraordinary rendition, like to call it, rather than just kidnapping, this extraordinary rendition. And they even made a movie about it, remember, with a woman in charge of the CIA in the movie, actually basically based on the reality, where they would have people tied up and covered in blood and all kinds of things and stuff, and tortured. And that's why you also saw certain things happening at Abu Ghraib, which they knew Muslim countries had an abhorrence of. That's why they used what you saw there. Thanks to your anthropologists and psychologists and behaviourists that you pay for, that are now working on all of you at home. But we have gone into science fiction. Things which were absurd years ago have been pushed to the top to become the norm. At least to try to persuade you that it's normal. All kinds of absurd things. And I even hate to even mention it, but I'll put up one article for anybody who cares to look at it. It's been all over the media, naturally, because they tell you what to think about and what to argue about and so on. And it's about, I think LifeSite News had one, another newspaper pushed this woman who's a professor at university who's into the occult, and she dresses in the gothic type thing, the purple lipstick and the black this and the black that around the eyes, and who is a professor, as I say, and supposedly practices spells and things, But you look at the character, just the character, and it all came out of TV series years ago as they were promoting all this stuff, that the look, the language, the doctrine that they like to espouse was actually given to them through fiction, primarily through fiction. Entertaining fiction, that's why it must be entertaining to get them to get hooked on it. And for back through the 90s, and you're seeing these, but at one time they would put these in science fiction, say in the 1970s, of a future society. And isn't it amazing? They look just like the characters in the science fiction with the hair that looks really, really, really weird, almost like a Medusa thing, like snakes coming out of it and stuff. And this is what you're seeing today in people who are promoted into having powers of indoctrination of young school children and teenagers and so on. It's fascinating just to look at that and study it all. And many, many other things like that too are pushed to the front. It truly is astonishing. And other people getting covered in tattoos. Covered in tattoos, all again from TV series and so on. And again, monkey see, monkey do. That's what people do. But it's one thing about wearing bell-bottom trousers to drain-pipe trousers, and then from winkle-picker shoes, as they used to call them, from the Beatles era all the way up to what you've got today, you know. It's rather vastly different. That's one thing. But when you're getting covered in tattoos, and the symbology of the tattoos was always to do with the primitive. You see, that's how it was always portrayed before tattoos were made to be popular. And I mean made to be popular. They were always portrayed in movies as the primitive, the pirate types, you know, the bad guys. And of course, gangs. Big gangs in Japan and China, the triads in China. And certain other gangs even in Russia, that were even within Russia, or subcultures as well, of different groups, with the occult symbology plastered on them, which again is a good study in behaviour of the different ethnic type gangs. It's quite fascinating. And the occult symbologies they use according to their own backgrounds, even religious backgrounds. So, but there's always again, basically associated with, now you're seeing cops wearing them. So the cops that are supposed to be the good guys are covered in tattoos like the bad guys to look more ferocious, you see. Would you want to go to someone who is wearing on his skin the symbols that used to be associated with murderous gangs? Do you feel better now, you know, with the cops? Who's designed that? Well, it didn't happen by itself. It really didn't. Nothing happens by itself in culture. Plato said it. Everything that happens in culture is authorized by those at the top. Because anything that happens in culture has to be analyzed to see where it would lead, what changes it would cause within society. And therefore it's vetted. And if it happens at all, it's generally pushed from the top and promoted. But from the grassroots, it's generally nipped in the bud. So whatever happens is always pushed from the top, as I've said before. Again, there's nothing about humans that they don't know. And today, with this daily accumulation of all kinds of data, is just astonishing. The analysis that goes on, and again, specific universities are given the right to tap into the net, so they can actually get the higher data from Silicon Valley of everybody's emails and chit-chat and electronic chat and so on. And it's been happening since they gave you the cell phone and the computer. There's nothing you've done that they don't know, or looked at they don't know. It was from the very beginning. It was intended to be that way. And the folk, again, I guess it's too late now for folk to think, because whatever they're doing now is normal to them. And they've succumbed to it. There's certain things, it's almost like going into areas of the occult, you know, which are warned about in all religions, ancient up to the modern, you know, where you can go a certain way in a certain direction, and then you have different paths, and then you have little marks across a road where you can't either cross them or you don't cross them. And each thing that you cross, you're given a warning about, it's hard to go back. And a lot of folk end up that way. It's the same thing in all areas of culture. The behaviours count on that. They count on you becoming familiar with by habit. And all the things which really are detrimental to you. All the things that Aldous Huxley warned you about. And he was almost a Mr. It's a Mr. Mills character. For those who don't know that, Mr. Mills is an occult figure, a term they use in occultism, that appears in every generation. And he's a neutral character, and who gives warnings. Very plain warnings about do this and this happens, do that and that'll happen, and so on. And you'll find that kind of character came in to the modernized version of Titus Andronicus that Anthony Hopkins was in. They have a kind of Mr. Mills character that appears every so often in that one too. But it's a common theme in occultism, where certain people come out every so often and give you the warnings, and blatant warnings, accurate warnings, and are either obeyed. People are not obeyed because it doesn't tell them what to do. But people will listen and make decisions, you see, either for or against, and that's the way it really is. But we have that. We have these characters that come out every so often down through time and do this for us, you see. But they also know at the top, again, back to behavior and habit. Habit is everyone's prone to habits. If they get up in the morning, it used to be on radio before internet, folk would turn on their radio, a lot of folk, and they'd listen to that, sort of opening their eyes and getting ready with a coffee to go to work and so on. And then listen to radio on the way to work, and they'll all have their favourite DJs, you know, the mouthpieces of Babel, you know, because we live in Babel, constant Babel. Our whole lives now, electronic Babel. Most folk now are afraid, and I've done so many studies on it, afraid now of silence. It's a terrifying thing to a lot of people, the silence. Special forces, by the way, they've done tests with modern special forces now, and they set them off into the wilderness somewhere, and they'll take away any communication occasionally, and some of them crack up because of the silence. And the fact that they can't communicate with anybody if they feel that they might have an emergency or might have this, all the mights, all the maybes, it works on their minds and they become fearful, you know. Even the sounds in nature can get to them because they don't have that internal confidence that people used to have. And they'll crack up and ask to be let out. It's just astonishing. But a lot of folks can't handle it because once it's silent, you see, you've been trained your whole life to listen to other folks' voices all day long, either through music or news or whatever it happens to be, but it's babble, babble, babble. It's completely unnatural, but to you it is natural because you're habituated to, you see. But what you miss is that quiet time where that little inner voice of your own should take over as you think things over and come to your own conclusions. You see, the whole technique today is to overwhelm you with data, and I've given these talks over the years from the sources themselves and government sources, at least the agencies that work for them, where they talk about overloading people with data. Data can be just nonsense, you see. It doesn't mean it's factual or even handy to have it. It's just overwhelming data. And the more you take in, the less room there is for you to make up your own conclusions of your own data on anything. It's a technique which is it's actually taught in the PSYOP groups and the teams and agencies. See, the biggest problem that they have at the top is that folk will think for themselves. That's why they spend so much of your tax money making sure that you don't get time to do that, or you don't have the peace and quiet to do it. They certainly will not give you all the factual information you need to come to independent conclusions for yourself on any major topic. And I mean any major topic. You have no idea of how much mind control most folk are already in and under. I'm not exaggerating it there either. This is where it really is today. And years ago, I used to have lots of information from MIT. Because they'd love to publish. They were giving you divisions to study this or that on internet and even cell phone chat in real time. They were getting to get into calls and so on. Of course, they were using all that information that they pretend was private. Oh yeah, you private stuff on the net and all that in private. No, you've never had that. They've recorded everything from the beginning, folks. Well, they didn't have the laws then to stop them, or they did have laws. No, they didn't. Or they did. They didn't care. That's all for you to believe in, you know. Getting back to the cultural revolutions that the communists used, the same kind of thing. Communism is a religion that people had to believe in. And you could understand the science. They called it a science of Marxism. Only special folk could understand it, like Stalin, you know. And so they all had to praise Stalin for the little things he came out. Even if you didn't understand what he was talking, he was such a genius, you see, and so advanced or steeped in advanced Marxism that you wouldn't understand it at your lowly level. They actually had churned out books like this. Well, that's what you're in today, you see. Most of what you really thought about was given to you. Most of it's trivia. But the stuff that's not trivia, again, is all given to you by the experts. You know, we'll bring in an expert to tell you what do you think. Bertrand Russell said this in the 40s and 50s. We'll train the public that they can't have a thought of their own or do anything themselves without the advice from an expert on anything. From having children, to how children are born, to how you change the diaper. They called it a nappy back then in Britain. Women would have to be taught by experts every step of the way, and the guys too, and what to expect. And that's happened in my lifetime, you know. At one time, everybody just knew from folk having children and families, as you grew up with them, you knew what was going on. You knew what was expected. You knew how to do things. You didn't need experts for anything. It's astonishing to realize that the modern medicine isn't very old at all, you know. And it's astonishing to even look into allopathic medicine. They had a series, I think, years ago. Someone sent me a disc on them, and it was to do with the medicines and pharmacology that were sold right through the 1800s, 1800s into the early 20th century, and a good part of the 20th century. That was all bogus. All the medication, most of the medications were completely bogus, you know, and even made out of earthworms. And there's a good series. And this is factual. This is what they had until they really got into the more advanced chemicalized biology, the biochemistry. So it's a pretty new field, really. But like any new field, when big money is backing it. And the incredible amount of money that pharmacology makes today is astonishing. Wherever you have such money at stake and profits and very important people, because ordinary folk are not important in this system, you see, just very, very, very wealthy folk who are important in this system. That's why they worship them, as the wealthy folk, you know. And folk do. Then you can never have honesty. You can't have honesty of any possible kind. Even if you had some decent people, that in a miracle situation where you had one or two decent folk at the very top of pharmacology, which wouldn't happen in this cutthroat system, the competitors would go bypass and do their own thing anyway and do whatever they thought was unethical to get more profit. They'd do it, absolutely, you know. And that's why they lobby government, and that's why they put politicians into power financially. And that's also why they combine with elitists and eugenicists that want to change society by using, again, diet injections and injunctions. Pharmacology, and Aldous Huxley warned us all, in a certain sense. Again, he was a Mr. Mills type character, just to finish that part of the talk, where he said it, not just at Berkeley, at Berkeley University, but also in his books. He had some non-fiction books as well, where he talked about the follow-up to his book, you know, Brave New World, and how all these things in it could be and probably would be implemented eventually by those who had the power in society to implement upon the public. And that's all happened. So he's Mr. Mill's character that he did warn, again, at least on public television, on the Mike Wallace interview, where he said, well, with the techniques we have now and where it can go, because they knew the rate of change in society in these behavioral sciences and so on, he said that the techniques of persuasion, they could get people to do things eventually that perhaps wasn't in their best interest. He knew how advanced it was then in the 1960s and where it would end up going, and this all happened. He was careful not to say so much in the talk that he was all for it. But you got to remember too that Aldous Huxley belonged to the Huxley family, a scientific elite. That's what his brother called it, a scientific elite, the branch of the family. Amongst many other parts of the scientific elite, the dominant science group that ran the world on behalf of the dominant minority, the ones who run all the finances above them. So the scientific elite below them, including all kinds of behaviorists and scientists and social scientists, they worked for those who ruled, and they used their sciences like spells over the public, you see. So he was careful to mention the other part that they believe in, of course, and always did believe in. In that talk with Wallace, he did start off his talk, well, the population of the world, and he mentioned what they claimed it might have been then, and how it would double or whatever by the year, whatever, 2000, whatever it happened to be at that time. Because they're always fudging figures, so it doesn't matter. So he lets you know right off the bat, there's too many people. He doesn't go into his deeper beliefs that there's too many useless eaters, because he was an elitist himself, Aldous Huxley, as his brother was, His brother really became one of the head members of socialism because they guide society into family planning, depopulation, all the rest of it under the guise of helping the working class. So you got to understand that there was nothing that in eugenics and elitism that he didn't know about. He belonged to. That's why he could write Brave New Worlds years before, but 1932, 1933. Because he mixed with those world groups. He had world meetings, those groups, And they've always had world meetings. And Huxley also talked about, well, if you let it go this way, we'll have all kinds of physical problems with people who have hereditary ailments. He was also talking about IQ levels and so on. Right? And he says some people, for instance, if you wear glasses, he said, well, then your eyes aren't perfect, and so you'll pass that on to someone else, and they'll have bad eyes. He's talking about supremacy of eugenics and how the eugenical supreme classes should go on. That's what he was talking about. It's amazing how folk can like what they're hearing, and they're not hearing what they're hearing, but they like what they're hearing. It's coming from a guy who is so well educated and from an elite point of view. He has such a great command of vocabulary. And it's true enough, the vocabulary of these guys was almost 17th century vocabulary, because they were taught that way, to talk very carefully about every single vowel and syllable, and that's how they pronounced them, Very impressive at the time. But folk often don't really hear what's being said, because the guy wasn't wearing a uniform like some supreme nasty commander, of history. They always give you uniform guys. I've mentioned it so often, where the greatest thing you're worried about today is either a white coat or a suit. These are your terrorists of today on the general public. Why do you think even a lot of these doctors they're using for COVID might be given a talk from their own home, and they've got a white coat on? Do they walk about their homes with white coats? No, it's just to impress you. Because you're trained to see that white coat and believe it more appropriately. So they must, well, yeah, they've got that white coat. That's the priest coat. This is the new priesthood, the white coats, you see. And that's what they are, a priest class, with their belief systems. I prefer the other religions, you see, because they give you commandments and things and this and that. But the priestly class of white coats, especially in medicine, and even the vaccine, studies that they've done, all kinds of well, it may do this and it may do that, and it might, and lots of maybes and might, very scientific. So it's better to have white coats on, because then you don't question it. Well, look at that, that they've got their, and it's almost like the stole that the priests would have around their necks, as well. They'd have their habit on, and their outer garments for ceremonial reasons, and then they'd have that there was a purple one around their neck, but the doctors, some of them just keep their stethoscopes around there, you see. So their white coat on and the stethoscope. These are religious uniforms you're looking at, folks. And you're trained that as soon as you see them, your mind alters. Irrespective of what they're actually saying, your mind alters until you listen to them and obey them. It's quite a simple trick, but it works wonders. But there's, getting back to what I'm saying, you're trained from birth in all these things, and you're persuaded to go along with a system where nothing that you hear on television, pretty well nothing actually, isn't rehearsed and scripted and produced and put across as spontaneous to you. And it's been that way for most of your life. That's how it really is. I remember reading too about Kissinger. I love it. Who would kiss a singer? I used to have a joke. Who would kiss a singer? Yeah. And again, Kissinger was presented as the high priest of the Nixon era and other eras as well. I mean, whenever they would never talk about the president, they'd always have the guy who spoke on behalf of the president, because he was making all the decisions, it seemed. And it's a dark character. I mean, there's something around him. Children could see it, a darkness around the character. That's it's almost a negative spirituality or something like that. But it's a darkness in that presence of the character. Someone who could plan wars and very dispassionately, and talk about starving people, using the food, lack of food or withholding food to starve people in different countries, like Bangladesh. And he did, You're talking about people in charge of the military-industrial complex, at least working for them at a very high level. And I got all these different seats on different boards within US government policy for the military. And at that time too, yeah, they had communism on the go. The communism, though, that was never really about outside America. That was to, again, change society within America. But inside America, the communists were already working inside America, and in government too, just like they were in Canada. Just like Carroll Quigley talked about them. And Carroll Quigley said the organization that he belonged to, that had been running the US and the West for about 60 to 80 years already, his club. And I really mean this. This is not conspiracy theory, unless he was making a conspiracy, but he was talking about it himself in his own book and in his own talks. That this group, this organization, he said, had picked presidents and prime ministers in the West for the last 60 to 80 years. Now he was given the talk in the 1960s. And the book came out in the 1960s. So you're definitely into the 1880s, 1890s at least. And he said they don't have to put everybody in government. There's a member of this circle, this group, he said, but the ones in all parties, at the top of all parties, are selected and put in there. Astonishing, really. Yeah. The folk don't even know that. And that's why the US basically grafted into itself the British system, the same club that ran Britain for a long time, that was the British Empire, not the people that owned it all. And Lord Earl Grey and other ones that were the go-betweens to the members on the state side. So this club definitely exists. It definitely is there. They gave you the Rockefellers and everybody else that's a well-known name today. The same group, I'm sure, that you have Zuckerberg and all the other characters, even Bill Gates fronting. They're fronting it. They're just put there, to fulfill agendas for their lifetime. You're born into a very high cult in a sense. And they're just like any rock star or actor or actress. As they're making a star, they put the star machinery in, give them a fake background, or tell you they're a genius, and you believe it. And they give you incredible funding behind them. And they must make a certain amount of money, but they put it so much out in so-called philanthropy, which is just basically pushing this planned agenda. They all work together, folks. And they can be defamed just by their own if they ever broke the rules, absolutely, and left paupers if need be. Most of them you see were made stars by the star-making machinery. Bill Gates is a businessman. And his daddy before him. A monopolist too. That's another sign and symptom of them, like a disease, the monopolists. Rockefeller was the same monopolist, you see. Eliminate competition, as I've said earlier. So you're living through incredible times, witnessing it all. Most folk aren't aware of what they're witnessing because they've been stampeded through terror, a war of terror upon them by the authorities. Because the best way to get rapid change and compliance is when you're terrified of dying. And that's why Klaus Schwab said it too. This is a war we're using, a war, You could never do it in a peaceful way. We just ignored them, you see. The climate change scenario wasn't working out. Now they're talking about global cooling again. So this is better, you see. They can really rush it through under the war. And no one's going to come out of this without being non-essential except the very big boys, and gals, and you'll all be non-essential, and you'll accept that you're useless eaters. You understand what's happening here? Do you really understand what's happening? Never in history have nations been shut down entirely by an order from their own governments, business-wise, into complete bankruptcy scenarios. Never happened. Never in history have the healthy been quarantined. This is the first. This is a worse, and this is the best thing they could think of to shut the whole planet down and to destroy all the systems that were, and nations, by the way, that were. And what emerges out of it is a new planned society. Oh, they'll give you the peer in some nations to an extent, but you're already international anyway, you see. And all the world organizations that are, even the extra ones that pushed through under COVID, to make sure we're all coordinated and for a greater good, you understand, on finances and so on and so on. Oh, these global societies, well, technically you see that when they all merge together, you've got a global order, So, there you are. They're calling it a new world order. There's that term again, because they're always giving us new world orders, you see. Always. The Soviet system was to be a new world order, a utopia for workers. And they called it New World Order. Hitler's was going to be the same. They're both socialist societies. Communism and Nazism. And the elite love socialism, where you way call it communism. Remember, Stalin just said that communism is socialism in a hurry. We'll get hung up in terms, but it's what you see. If it quacks like a duck, it's a duck, Don't get hung up on words, because they can change words, and that confuses folk till it throws them right off. You're looking at the same thing, but you'll never really apply it to what it was applied to before. Oh yeah, I recognize that. It reminds me too of Theo Adorno. Theo Adorno was amazing. And he worked with Horkheimer and a whole bunch of other people in the Frankfurt School. But he talks about eradicating completely Western values and culture, how it would have to be done for a healthy world. Completely. How do you destroy healthy values? What do you introduce to replace those values? Well, unhealthy ones. And you watch society getting wrecked. Yeah? What makes a society complete? It's not a matter of do you like it or not. What makes it function and strong? The family unit, where families had to take care of their own. You do away with that by encouraging promiscuity and non-marriage. So the state ends up taxing more people to pay for the unwanted. And then you bring in abortion clinics and you pay for that too. And then you don't have folk getting married at all and reproducing. And then you introduce new kinds of families and so on. This is war scenarios, you see. That's what you use for war. But you must get the folk to like what you're doing. And it's quite easy to get youngsters to like whatever they're, especially when it's the candy at the checkout counter. I used to give the talks on all that, how the psychology was used, because it's admitted, and you've probably come to the conclusion without having to be told, but why are all the candies that you see in a store, even general stores and grocery stores, all the candies are at the checkout counter, and all generally from shoulder level downwards, from different levels, so as the children can grab them with a restriction. There's nothing separating the child from the candy, and their arms just go out, boom, and I want that, and mum or dad say, well, you can't have that right now, and then the child puts on a screaming match, and no one, and it's all psychology, if you've ever studied the people who do the Bernays techniques, that's where a lot of behaviorism came from, is all these techniques that have been practiced before even Bernays came along. He inherited a lot of the knowledge, but how do you make people buy? Well, psychology, if you're in a line at a checkout counter, you feel embarrassed if there's a queue behind you and you're holding it up. You feel guilty. Guilt is an incredible persuader. That's why they use it now against COVID, you see. Guilt. They actually have it in their manuals in the PSYOP operations right now. And I really mean that. I've got them here. Use guilt as a weapon to make folk to comply, you see. Well, they got it from that kind of checkout counter idea, where mum or dad feels embarrassed and she's got her groceries all sitting there, and here's the people behind them going, oh, here's a screaming child, and she'll pay it, you see, and okay, and so naturally the child's going to do it every time it's there. It worked, right? And that's why it's there. Well, if you want to destroy society and culture, and like they said in the Communist Manifesto, the end of the family unit, so it said the same thing too by Albert Pike at one point. If he was talking about because he belonged to the World Revolutionary Party, and he talked about ending not just the family unit, but private property for most people. I say most; it's very important, that little word, the most thing. And but then how do you destroy the family? Well, you create promiscuity. How do you also do what Julian Huxley said? We'd have to knock humans off their pedestal as being a superior creature on the planet and bring them down to the level of animals. Well, you've got to take away the sacredness of human life. You understand that? So you start getting rid of your own human life before it's born. And then folk accept that part of. Now you end up in the elderly. Now we've got euthanasia for them now. And what's next? Well, guess what? What's your Oh, I see you're non-essential here. How old are you? It doesn't matter about your age anymore. You're just non-essential. Back to Bertrand Russell, useless eater, right? So the checkout counter for teenagers, quite easy to do. How do you create mass promiscuity? Knowing they'll never bond with a person for long, it's almost impossible, after a time. And then you promote it as normal culture. When it becomes normal, everybody's doing it. Then that's what they said to do, and H.G. Wells talked about it too, different techniques to get folk to practice promiscuity, to end marriage. He belonged in the late 1800s, H.G. Wells. That's where they picked him up initially and used him as a front man. and for free love. He's writing about free love in the late 1800s. Well, as a consequence to free love, there was no welfare system there, folks. And so on and so on, So, again, you've got create promiscuity. Here's what is it? Every youngster, every teenager has got their hormones jumping. Nature wants it to have its way, And so, it's like the child in the, here's the checkout counter and he's all the candy. You tell him to go ahead and do it all. Through media, mainly through television at the time, and 1960s, leading up to it in the 1950s, but 1960s, and away you go. Give them a pop music, tell them it's their generation and no one can hold them back. Give them the music, give them the Bob Dylans, talking, and then, there's going to be a revolution and so on, and tell the parents, don't stand in the doorway, don't stand in the hall, for the times they are changing. Mother and father is out the land, don't understand, tell them to stand in the way of their children. No, that didn't come from little Bob Dylan. The beauty of reality is most folk don't know that what they're living through isn't reality. It's a plan. As I've said before, from Plato's time on, anything to do with culture, music, and plays and so on had to be vetted by the establishment. And Plato talked about it. Plato wanted even musicians to be licensed as well as the actors, you see. But I think they already did with all the acting troupes and so on that did their rounds through all the Grecian islands and all that with the same authorized plays. They knew how you could upturn society, overthrow it through a revolution by using music, for instance. Works every time. But the last folk that know it are the ones who are living through it in every generation. Quite something, eh? But yeah, you're the child in the candy store, out came the miniskirts. And even in winter, for goodness, in cold countries, these women shivering, wearing plastic skirts and plastic jackets and plastic boots. H.G. Wells also said, it'd be for World War One, as he's promoting World War One as a propagandist for the British establishment, and he said the same thing about getting all the women into the munitions factories and all the other factories as the men are off getting, fighting, getting killed and so on. And he says they're more prone then to have affairs with men at work because of being close proximity with them. And even if their husbands come back from war, they can stay in these factories. And this was the whole idea of getting women out to work, apart from doubling the tax base, which for the establishment, which of course it was too. It was also, he said, that if 8 hours at work with other men is more than they'll have at home with their own husband in the evening. And at least awake. And he says affairs will take place, and that will also help to dissolve the family, the unit in marriage as well. Nothing happens by itself. All authorized from the top. All. Yeah. If nothing was authorized from the top, you'd have seen kings and queens and all the big figures at the top coming out speaking against it. None of them did. That gives you another clue it was all authorized, you see. So yeah, you're living through amazing agendas and most folk have no idea. They have no idea at all. And under the guise of crisis, war scenarios, they can ram through all the changes which they cannot do under peacetime situations. That's what Quigley also said. I've said it so many times, it's by a rote, but basically said the same thing. It says, you get more done in 5 years of war, because the government takes over all resources, thoughts, propaganda, everything. And the people have to obey to survive. That's what they're taught. You have to obey us to survive. And you can ram through all kinds of social changes. And that's the whole idea, social changes, you see. In 5 years of war, where it would take, it's hard to do even in 50 years of peace and propaganda. So that's why they're using COVID right now to restructure the whole society and the world. And you're all being trained at every possible step as to your own place in this society now. And you've yet to experience, by the way, because they're going to get worse before they get better, you might say. And I mean by forcing things upon the public. They've already got the techniques for stigmatization of segments of society who won't go along with what's happening. You demonize them. And when you demonize people to the rest of society under this kind of terror system, and folk are being terrorized by the incredible daily propaganda that's deliberately spouted out there, and exaggerated, by the way. I'll touch on that night too as well. And then you'll see the weird things happening within, and you'll also see the players in society that are put out by the authorities to give you halfway, almost fictitious representations of people who are protesting something. There's ones I saw. It's probably a coincidence, but this week this week past, someone came out in Canada coming into an airport. It was a stage thing because there was cameras already there to see the guy coming. He wouldn't wear a mask. He wouldn't take a swab test, and he said he couldn't be restrained and kept or put off for quarantine. He said it's against the Charter of Rights. And I think you can actually look it up on Rebel Media or one of these organizations, where the guy who has had publicity before said that the police, even after the cameras were off, shook hands with them and the whole thing. They were kind of all for him and all. And I'm still got my mind trying to wrap my mind around it. Okay, we know it was staged. The cameras were waiting for him. The whole thing, it was for publicity. Because everything now is a reality show, and you've got to remember that too. So I'm not saying it was fake or anything like that. I'm just saying everything's kind of staged in this day and age. And then you saw in the same week, and I might put that clip up too, the reactions of security personnel in a Canadian Tire, the big store in Canada, in Burnaby, BC, I think it was, of a man. I don't know if he was known before. It makes no difference if he was known before for being an anti-vaxxer or anti-masker, at least. I hate even these terms because these are meant to stigmatize people, and that's what you use in war, is you demonize an enemy before you annihilate them. But they've so demonized people before already, right, with the incessant propaganda. You'll see these security guards going up to the guy who wasn't wearing a mask. You actually see them, at least in the bit you see, don't know if that's all the footage or whatever, but you do see one of them striking out towards this fella. They're trying to see the guy punch them first, but you see them striking out at the fella. And the guy putting his hands up and, like you may defend yourself. So you don't need to know that part of it. But the fact is, one of them jumped behind him and got him down almost on his knees, And he was using a judo hold, which is a true stranglehold. The word is stranglehold, It's not just a chokehold, it strangles you. And in judo, you would know what to do, because if you can't get out of it, then you've got to tap the mat or tap, a person or whatever, or just tap something, and that's because it's actually a contest. In real life, you use it to kill somebody. And you'll see this guy's face turning dark red, almost purple. And to see that happening in Canada, because a guy didn't have a mask on, I don't care what else you think of the fella, or what he's done or hasn't done, I don't know anything about him, but the fact is, even the cops would be tried for that. But they've got security guards now doing it. And doing it, and you'll see them slacking off a bit when they realize someone's actually filming them with their camera. They're doing something to a man that you saw Mr. Floyd in the States getting it, when he died, He said, I can't breathe. This guy shouts, I can't breathe too. Well, where's the riots for this guy's rights? But this is what the government has done to demonize one man who is not wearing a mask, right? Do you realize what's happened? Do you realize, folks, what's happening here? I don't care you always pick sides. You don't see what's really going on here. Forget the sides. You're seeing the effects of psychological warfare on people who will not comply. where other folks see them as a threat to the rest, and they're willing to use lethal force against them. That hold they used there, by the way, most folk can't get out of it. And once you're down and the person's partly above you as well, you try to stand up, it chokes you even further. But it also can damage. And you can actually, from that chokehold, if you've ever studied judo and so on, you can break that neck, you can snap that neck like a twig. You get permanent damage from it. I couldn't believe that they're actually doing this now, because they think they've got a right to do it against someone not wearing a mask. All from the media campaigns to turn society against people who won't comply. We already saw the same kind of thing happening, I've said before, out in New Brunswick. I think it was a couple went to the pharmacy. They didn't get strangled, I don't think, but the manageress called the police in because they weren't wearing masks, but they couldn't wear masks because of medical conditions. No one cares about medical conditions because you're old now, you see. The old folk are supposed to die now. That's Canada. You know, this is a country where we euthanize folk now. They give you the option. So all the techniques are being used that you'd use in a war scenario. The same techniques that were put out against people who would not go into world wars like World War I. Make them appear like they're cowards and get everyone to turn their backs on them and put a white feather in your cap if you knew them. And you know, same techniques. It's quite easy to get the people to turn to a mob against whoever the government wants to turn against, you know. Quite simple, isn't it? In this case, your governments are becoming the biggest terrorists on the planet, at least in your own country, when they're promoting this and using techniques to terrorize the public, getting the public to turn against other members of the public. And you, as I say, you'll vote for them again, won't you? But at least if nothing else, that one in Burnaby, BC, I think that the RCMP are supposed to at least have got all the footage, or some footage anyway, from cameras in it, including luckily the person who took the film of it in their camera, and I guess posted it up on, I don't know if it was YouTube, but BitChute was got it too. And at least they can't completely squash it, because if those guys get off doing what they did there, and the store, by the way, this guy has got a fantastic lawsuit waiting, I'm sure of it, if he just goes ahead and does it. You know? If he can keep his cool, absolutely. Mm-hmm. When you can get lawfully strangled almost to death because you don't have a mask on your face, is that the highest crime there is now? That warrants a death penalty by the person doing the strangulation? Something's wrong here, and it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse, folks. You're seeing terrible things happening. But these are the techniques, I say, that they've used against dissenters and conscientious objectors against their previous world wars. When you go off to fight for your country, and as Winston Churchill said, for your culture and your way of life and defend your freedoms, only once you supposedly win the war, you end up bankrupt, paying up for it, generations paying off the debt forever, and they open the floodgates to people who have nothing to do with your culture deliberately to do it. Yeah? You're lied at every step of the way with the characters who run the world. And again, this is the same club that created the British Empire and took over the US as well, passed on the baton, as they said at the time. Like the CIA is part of the real deep state that runs the world, part of it. There's no agency that cannot be part of it. The very fact they're not against each other tells you this, they're all one, you see. And the true money wizards, the wizards of money, the ones who really control it at the top, are the ones who put forth the Bill Gates and the Zuckerbergs and the rest of them. who you thought, well, he's just giving you a platform to chat. Well, no, now you've got the platform to censor and to retrain you in what you can't say. And that's what it was to be from the beginning, before you even got it unrolled for you to use. Years ago, the United Nations said we shall train the public to self-police their speech, their thoughts, everything. I'm talking like 30, 40 years ago. How do you think they're going to do that? Remember, folks, cuttingthroughthematrix.com, send a few bucks my way, and you'll find out how to do it. PayPal's fine, eCash is fine, personal checks. And as long as we can get out of lockdown, so once in a while, I can get even MoneyGram, I think. But yeah, you'll find ways to do it if you want to, and to help me tick along, because nothing's backing me, believe you me, except the people. Nothing at all. I don't belong to any organizations. And I'm not a front. And they do give you your mouthpieces. They've almost given your main mouthpieces and your leaders. The techniques I've talked about for psychological warfare operations across the world sometimes take 20 years, sometimes 25 to 30 years of putting in their own front people as newspaper people, and then putting bloggers out in this day and age in other countries before they overthrow the nations involved and so on. This is from their own writings at the military level. Now they're using them all on you. And you've got a plethora of all kinds of bloggers suddenly coming out there, all getting supposedly top ratings. You can't really believe that. But the rating system is all nonsense anyway. It's a joke. They create ratings. It's all fictitious. And it has been for years. Because just like polls, folk go along with the bigger numbers. You know, well, if 90% are going to vote for so-and-so, I think I'll vote for them too. It's the same thing with the rating game, you know. Same characters behind it, yeah. The bigger number. Well, it must be really good if they get that. So, who's kidding who? Think for yourselves. It's a hard thing, you know, thinking for yourself. So when you're overloaded with data, again, cut a lot of the data out and start thinking. So cuttingthroughthematrix.com, as I say. And by the way, I got some books and so on posted off there, because we're out of temporary lockdown, or what can you say? It's a permanent lockdown with little interludes in between it. It's to go on for at least 7 more years, at least. And they'll play that out too, that depending if they've achieved most of their change of society objectives, you see. Because what has to come out at the end of it is nothing like you ever had before. Fauci said this last year in the spring. Everything that was to happen, he said it. Oh, it's never going to go back to normal, he said. What part of that didn't you believe? It wasn't because it had anything to do with medicine. It's because he's in on the script. He's got CIA clearance. You can't work with the biowarfare labs in the States, including the military ones. And don't forget, he's an overseer on the board of the military one, without being in the CIA. The real deep state that runs America, the organization, with all its a parallel government that's bigger than the government, because it's also parallel government over parts of the world. Totally merged with MI6. The British folk used to scratch their heads and say, what on earth is MI6 up to? Because they couldn't fathom when things were leaking to the papers about overthrowing nations, and they could say, okay, it's just because there was some bigwig in Britain wants to take over the uranium business in the Congo or something. They would do all these kind of dirty deals. But it's much, much bigger than that. Same with the CIA. Americans can never, they'll always overthrow countries to take over their minerals and so on, so the American companies can get it. But these American companies are all part of a separate, they're separate entities from the country. They're international corporations, big, big, big corporations. It's just astonishing to folk don't even know. I mean, the CIA, I think, were first uncovered overthrowing one of their early countries. I don't know if it was the first one, but it was one of them. It was in Zaire, I think it was. where they got a president of Zaire elected, a prime minister, and he had a great idea of eventually having a United Nations building set up. He was all enthusiastic for the African nations, you see. And he started giving rights to the people, and if you're going to tax the people, you should get something back for the taxing. And of course they call that socialism. And they weren't happy in the West. And I think Zaire at that time, I'm sure it was Zaire, had large bauxite reserves. You know, that's the raw material that they make aluminum from. Aluminium, they say in Britain, but aluminum in America. And so they got the companies. One of the companies in the US that made the finished products of aluminum, and actually had businesses in Zaire, were afraid that they might nationalize the business over in Zaire. So they got the US to instigate an overthrow of this leader, which they did, you know. Then they boasted about it years later. They do love to boast about it. But it's the same organization that ensures that if their top members, their international corporate members, thinks they might lose money across the world, they'll make sure they overthrow whatever country it happens to be. They have no qualms about it. Well, I actually say whatever. There's certain ones that are part of them. It's because they're an international body now, really. Again, that's a different story and another story, but you get the drift of it all. You can't have a system that openly declared itself, and it was declared within the US Congress at one point, a parallel government that's not answerable to any politician to even find out what they're up to. How can you possibly have that and claim that you've got a free nation of we the people, for the people? When you got this other gang that's a completely different agenda and drags you off and creates wars, international wars, that gets you into them, which further weaken you at home because you're paying for all. And like all wars, you get changed within society, within the cultural time of the war too. The cultural changes, I should say, happen within the length of the war until you're a different country when you emerge from it. Look at Vietnam. I mean, Vietnam was pretty well a staged thing. It wasn't over there really, I don't think, to achieve any lasting victory. It certainly created a massive hole in the budget, and it added to the massive debt that already existed from World War II and the Korean War. But it was a huge test as well to change society back home. Because at least society back home said, what on earth are we fighting over there for? What's that got to do with us? And more so, and I said, well, you know, here's the people who really fall for it. Well, it's because they're fighting communism. The communists were all through your government at home. You'll find too, it came out again from Carroll Quigley. He was talking about the different anti-American purges that we're having back in the States. And we're having the different hearings into the State Department, you see, that appeared to be so communistic in some senses as well. And also that had the Rees Commission, I mentioned it before, Norman Dodds came out and he talked about visiting the heads of the philanthropic, like the Bill Gates type today, you know, but back then it was Ford Carnegie and different ones at the time. And why that they were promoting what seemed to be communist non-governmental organizations across the world and at home. That was an inquiry that the Congress had set them up to do in the Senate. An actual inquiry. Yeah. And Norman Dodds, you can actually see the video yet, where he talks about it. Said that when he talked to the head of the Ford Foundation at the time, the philanthropic by joke foundation, these are tax-free foundations. They have investments and they don't pay taxes on it. Billions of dollars invested and so on. But they give it out, you see, to their armies of non-governmental organizations, all kinds, across the whole world. And the head of the Ford Foundation says to Norman Dodds, he says, our job is to eventually to seamlessly blend and merged the two systems of the Russian with American Western values and capitalism, merged the two together. And of course, the concept just blew them away. Who authorized this? This wasn't a wee tin can collection agency with a tin can in the street. These were the top corporate leaders all working with these foundations and their corporations to make it happen. Well, were the American people asked about this? No. Have they ever been asked about all the changes that happen in societies? No. But they're part of the real deep state that runs the world. Of course they are. And Quigley said we're often confused when they're talking about the un-American inquiries and so on, to do with the State Department and so on. That got on even in McCarthy's era. He said we're often mistaken as for being communists, he says, because our goals, this is he's talking about a world system that really runs things. Doesn't want to run things, that does run things and has run things, you see. It's already there. And he said we're often mistaken for the communists because our goals and their techniques that we use are so similar. They're almost the same. They chose a long time ago that socialism, let's use this term socialism, is far more effective. The same as Trudeau in Canada admires communists, and he's up there, you can see it on YouTube, and BitChute when he says that to an audience, that he really admires the communist dictatorship because they don't have to bother about human rights and the rights of the people, and so they just tell them what to do and it's done. Very, very efficient and quick, you see. And that's what they chose a long time ago. Well, how do you train think back to Fauci, what he said when he's on television. The clip is up there on BitChute, on YouTube, where Fauci was on some TV program, and he was asked about how he could push the agendas forward to make Americans comply with social distancing and not going to work and all that kind of. And he says, we did think, just like Ferguson in Britain, he says, we did think it'd be harder to do it with the West. He says, push the same kind of techniques we'd use in China on American people with rights and so on. But he says, sometimes you should just sit back. Maybe Americans should just sit back and forget their rights, he said, and just do what they're told. That's what this is Fauci. This is not American terminology. This is not even British terminology. This is the new system, folks, of the deep state. Post-human rights as such, post-Charter of Rights, post-Bill of Rights in America. This is what they're telling you. The scientific dictatorship that Bertrand Russell was all for. It was always the goal. We'll run it better, but these human rights are too untidy. They want uniformity in everything from themselves, you see. Now, the elite that sometimes destroy what they claim is socialism in countries where, again, the money that's taken from people in taxes and so on sometimes goes back to the different programs to help them out. It's also used by those who own the deep state at times. They go back and forth, you see, and this is how they run it. I gave these talks years ago, mind you, because I know it's growing up in Britain that they'd privatise all the big infrastructure once in a while. They say, it's just inefficient, it's just too expensive. Far more efficient, it was privatised. So they had companies that ran the big gas units at the time in Britain. That had coal gas at one point. It was put in big tanks. Every town had them, every city had them. Before they got the natural gas, they called natural gas or North Sea gas coming in. So these coal gas and had since the 1800s. And so they privatised them off, you see. When they were all working fine and well maintained and refurbished, etc. Same with the railroads. That was a very popular one, and so when they were run down, you see, And after being privatised, they'd nationalise them again, and then the public money all their tax money would go into refurbishing the tracks and the trains and other equipments and so on, and that would last a few years. And they say, "Oh, it's socialism, you see." But then again, they say that's inefficient again. They're trying to privatise. So they privatise. They sell off for a few bucks, a few pounds, and of course the private guys would run it into the ground again. This went back and forth like tennis balls, on a court, and that's how they did it. It's a con game, folks. It's a true con game. You really think you outsmart them, or you've won once in a while. Oh, we got in some rights for the people here, and really, for how long? It's just amazing to watch this your whole life long. And all the other countries did the same kind of thing, You're taught that you're winning, and they'll give you front people for what you think are your sides. I'm a politician now, and I'm going to make sure that people have the right to desserts and so on. And nothing happens, as you well know. Money's squandered off in different areas, in fact, that never mentioned. And that's how it works. There's a deep state, no doubt about it, folks, and they have some of the best teams, and massive teams, layers of them, of psychologists and behaviourists working for them, who know exactly how to con you and manipulate you and lead you up the garden path, It's the same with very good intelligence agencies. The person who knows nothing about intelligence agencies really thinks that they have a different idea of what they really are like and how they operate. And they think of them as either there to really protect them and defend them. I don't know what gives them that idea, unless it's just movies. But intelligence agencies don't go after things to destroy things generally inside their own country. They watch what's happening, it's like a spider standing outside a web watching what happens and what comes onto its web and what's trying to traverse along the strands of the web, or might get stuck, might free itself and start walking. It studies them, And that's what they do. They study the people. And the first thing is not to eliminate them. They might want to do that in a different way. But how can we use them? That's the easiest way to do it. How can we use this movement or this group or this whatever, or this emotion even? It could be a retaliatory emotion because of something. How can we use them, you see? In fact, they can be very encouraging. If they realize it can be in their interest to use it and encourage the whatever dissident type emotion is rising up. And they can even supply you with cash or the leaders, you see, and the techniques to implement it all. They might give you a whole network without you, and you'll think this is yours. That's how they do things. And they've always done that, You might think you're a smart ass even going in to see them, and I know people who have. And really they're being given the runaround they're quietly being studied and tested without knowing it generally. Because they don't just do a mad jump on you, in intelligence agencies, They, as I say, they study you. And you're categorized. You're important, not important, maybe a nuisance, or maybe not even a nuisance. Maybe even an asset down the road, That's how they study people. And I know folk who've had brushes with them in the past who's had to step away from them. And afterwards realize what it was about, what was going on. And then all tricks that they'll play with you as well. They do play tricks with you. One of them that I know, he did go into MI5 at one point because of some little, I wouldn't call it a trouble he was in. It was a bit of mischief, put it that way. And eventually that asked him to come down to London and had the plane ready, the ticket ready and the whole thing. And the whole idea is to study you on the way down to see what you drink and so on. You're being studied the whole way, even in a regular aircraft. And then, of course, you end up in a pub. The person you have to meet is to meet in the pub, and then they order what you had in the plane. Of course, you'll say, how did they know that? And it's sort of throw you off here and there to make them seem absolutely superhuman in a sense. But most folk who work in these agencies are basically psychopathic personalities. And years ago, they had a TV drama. Someone sent it to me. It was a simulation using real people, going through techniques of how they recruit people for, say, MI5. And of course, they put out their advertisements for, probably on TV. I don't know how they did it, but they'd give them little tests, you see, and they'd say to a group of them, your job is to get in that building up there. There's a woman who lives in that building, and whatever floor it was, an apartment and so on. You have to get up there and find a way to get in to her place and get through the back, right to the back of the building, go through her apartment, go through the back room and into the veranda at the back side of the building, and we'll photograph you there, wave to us, and you've succeeded, you see. And they showed you the different techniques different people tried to get into their house, and saying that they were this or that to get permission to get in, and constantly being denied. And it was one guy who did the right approach. He came with a little briefcase or something, and his technique was, you'd won something. Can you believe it? All I have to do is fill in a questionnaire, got invited in, and had some things drafted up already and photocopied, and of course you sign them. And then he just went in the back and says, that's a nice view, waved a hand, and he won. But they're psychopaths, you see. They'll cheat and lie to do whatever it is with the general public. And we're testing this out on real members of the general public. This is what they do. Other things they'll do, of course, are attach little tracking devices into underside of cars and things like that without being seen or caught. But they test them, these people out on the general public. That's how they're trained. Nothing like what you think about it. I remember, too, years and years ago, reading about the Blake case. I think it was Blake in Britain, who was a spy, one of the spies, the Cambridge Five, or I think it was a 5-member team. But this guy came in late to the groups, and eventually he was caught. And they put him in the same prison that Julian Assange, I think, is in now, same one. And it was being renovated at one point, and they put him in to the part that was being renovated that had literally security problems at the time. And that's not by accident. And that's what I clued into years ago and early on. And it was one of the Redgrave family that ran the left-wing communist group in London at the time that arranged for his escape, and they got ladders up there and got him out. So now you can't get these guys out without the complicity of the government. They were letting them go, you see, obviously. Because even the Cold War was nothing like they told you it was at one level. On one level, a lot of folk really did die in the Cold War games that went on. But on another level, a higher level, it was all planned with a higher level of organisation. And also, with both sides participating in it. You know. There's no doubt about it. You know. Most of your reality is fake. It takes you a long time sometimes to realise that. But it's like when you look at Philby, Kim Philby, he had the same traits that they all had, like they mentioned too, and Blade and the Feather, the movie by Potter, where at the end they said, do you know that all of the spies, all of the ones who worked for the Soviet Union, all of them that were double agents in Britain that worked for the Soviets, he says, they all came from our class. He says, all of them, without exception, our class. All from the upper class. But Philby, the same kind of thing. At one point, he was working in Britain where they did send in operatives into the Soviet Union by different means, different techniques. And he'd know who they were because he'd sit on the planning meetings. And then the joke was he'd go out the back door and tell the agents waiting for him from Russia who they were, where they would be found, and where they'd land and all the rest of it. And they'd catch them. This happened over and over again. This really did happen. And they got off with it and let him go off there or two to Russia. Same kind of thing. This is, you've got to understand, there's a bigger game going on, and it's not what you're told it is. It's very much like COVID. They have to have some kind of real scenario, at least some credence to something on some level, right, to make you believe in it. But on a higher level, it's a much bigger organisation with a bigger agenda at work, obviously. Because they could have picked another coronavirus like the common cold, but we'd laugh at it. It had to be something that was new to terrify us. It's, it's new. Oh. But a bigger agenda at work. Same with the Cold War. Different levels of realities for different people, you see. And for the bulk of the population, they're saving us from a complete annihilation. That's what you were told. And the guys who were getting sent off to the other countries, a lot of them lost their lives, were being turned in by the very agencies on a higher level, the same agency that was sending them out. And I could go on, but I won't about that. But it's a huge story involved, years of story involved, not many, many years. And that went on. Now, cracks are appearing in the big agenda on right now with COVID, but they're not unexpected. Every stage has been planned, including kickback against different parts of the agenda. And again, even back in 2010, and exercises they did then about it, they expected it. We're following the script to the letter, and the responses to different things. And so they will not back off until it's a massive pushback. If it's a massive pushback, they said in lockstep that they would have to start backing off to an extent. But in the meantime, what they'll do again is, I said this last spring, I said they'll lock you down, give you a little bit of a break here and there, and lock you down again, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And they'll spread it. It's like rotating lockdowns, nothing to do with reality. We'll try it here, there, it's all pre-planned, And so we'll do a spot lockdown in this county or this area, and then let them free for a day or two, and then back and forth across the world even. Nothing to do with reality at all. Because most folk remember, they've already told you at the beginning of it, had no symptoms of it. And of course, if you kept testing them, they'd be over it because you got antibodies. You developed them yourselves. That's what your immune system does. It's an amazing thing. Without it, you see, it wouldn't have got out of the caves. In fact, we wouldn't have gotten as far as the caves. So, but you're supposed to think you never had any resistance to anything in your life before. So, they lock you all down and stop your businesses. The very things, the very techniques of war that they wish they could have done in previous wars, they've done with this one. They couldn't have locked down society and destroyed their businesses and forbidden them not to go to work in any time past. This is all new. Forbidding you to go and work for a living, for your own living, For something they tell you most of the folk get, they'll have no symptoms and then they'll get over it with antibodies. It doesn't make any sense, does it? So when things don't make sense, there's always a bigger agenda definitely a different agenda on the go behind it all. Of course there is. Of course there is. And it isn't just greed for pharma. Pharma, I'll do a lot more, I think, than just greed with what's going to happen here. But it's astonishing to live through it and witness it all happening, like their tabletop exercises with Johns Hopkins and Bill and Melinda Gates foundations and Bloomberg and all the other groups that were involved in planning all of the tests if this ever happened. Over the many, many, many years, the same agenda. And with Mr. Klaus Schwab even attending, so what did he have to do with anything? Because you see, he's part of the agenda. The deep state. You think all your lives have been free and that you just decide for how things are going, where it's going to go, where you're going to go. No, you don't. No way. I tell you. And he dresses, Mr. Klaus Schwab also dresses like the character that played the head, the organizer of the Freemasons of the air, the private club that ran the world and things to come. He plays the main character with the same outfit on, with the big wide shoulders on it and so on, with the dress. It's astonishing. I guess that must have really impressed him, that old movie. And he must really think he is going to go to this, at least his offsprings will go to the stars, because that was also in the movie. They gave you little glimpses into eugenics in it, you see. That there's the same descendants of the same elite of the Freemasons of the air that brought them into the future society. And of course, they used the same actors to make sure you got that point. And I think it was Raymond Massey was the main actor, and then his children realized that the masses that were left for Borsted were going to overthrow them. Were going to stop them progressing to the next level to go out and conquer the stars. And so there was a spaceship built, and his son and relatives now were going to go, all the youngsters were going to go off into space to try and conquer that too, you see, and make sure that they survived when they may be fallen apart back in Earth because of the general public that were they were the useless eaters, weren't they? I tell you, it never changes, eh? Never changes. Interestingly enough too, it's always been the same planets that they talk about, like War of the Worlds and things like that. It's always out from Mars. It's always Mars, isn't it? That's always been the red planet, the planet of war, you see, because their techniques are war. It's all analogies, in a sense, you see. And you find that they always talk about the canals on Mars, the canals, But the canal too, the meaning of a canal too is a way, you see. It's not just a chamber or a pathway, it's a way. It's a way and a path. It's a direction. And so it's the way of war, you see. You get things by the way of war, for those who don't know it. And the god of war is also the god of merchants, mercenaries, Mercury as well, of course. I should say is Mercury, is merchants and mercenaries. Same thing, So you got Mars and Mercury. They all have different purposes and meanings, and hidden from the general public, of course. I was going to say there too, maybe Pluto, is what they had hoped would bring you global warming, and then go back to an ice age, back and forth. There's a planet that supposedly goes very, very hot and then really freezing, because it's such a wide orbit. But you could make a little joke on that one for sure. But it is interesting with Mercury, isn't it? With again, merchants are always tied up with mercenaries because it's warfare. They use warfare, like the military-industrial complex, is completely, always has been completely tied in with the money book characters, the banks, ancient to modern. It's always the same thing. And you have to always remember, too, that in ancient Greece, in the temples of Diana, I think it was, the coin makers for gold or silver, mainly at that time, literally had their wares come out of in the temple. They had their big exchange place in the temple. You find the same thing in some of the temples that they had in ancient Israel. They had them outside the temples because you couldn't take foreign currency into the temple. It was unclean, and so you had to have your own currency, so you had an exchange rate basically place outside of it, or just inside the entrance. Sometimes they go inside, and of course that's from the New Testament, where they have Jesus chasing out the moneylenders from the temple, because they made profits out of it. But yeah, religion was heavily involved in ancient countries and ancient times with financing and finances. And what used to be called, we call them today banks. Now, I get into some of the articles I've saved, and again, I don't want to overload people with articles. I generally don't go along with all the popular stuff, because it's all popular stuff too. It's a lot of emotional stuff that you just jump on the bandwagon with and get all angst about it, etc. Rather than just stand back and look at it coolly, because that's how you see. You'll see the real reasons behind things and why they want this and why they want that and so on. All the other stuff is churned out by the bucket load to divert you, you see. A lot of trivia, They'll never remember anyway. It's just so unimportant. There's stuff about Madonna. I mean, who cares? Who cares about whoever? Got nothing to do with reality, you know. So here's the one. I'll put one up, and again, it's our old friend, you know, Helena Handbasket, you know, from Ireland, and it's Irish News and Irish Sentinel. It goes into, this is an open letter to appeal to our Garda. Garda over there is the police, you know, and armed forces in Ireland. And it says, in these extraordinary times, we've seen some incredibly worrying scenes play out before our very eyes. It's true we've all had some serious challenges rolled out before us, from our elderly who've been imprisoned in hospices to the frontline workers who've been told they have to risk their lives, you know, to the children locked up in the bedrooms and tuned into online schooling, devoid of any human contact with extended family and kept away from their friends at the most crucial stage of their development. But after we've broken the year mark of lockdown cycles, can we look to the effects on society of the draconian measures that they've been through? Can we have the conversation? Is that still allowed? And are we going to find ourselves censored or classed as anti-this or anti-that? Because you see, the intelligence agencies working out all these strategies with the terms too, to smear you, you know, demonize an enemy, you see. And it says a conspiracy theorist, that's what they call you as well. What world have we woken up into where asking a question about a government could get you in trouble, basically? I guess that's the state part of it's missing there. But it gives you a link to another article. It's called the Government of Ireland Company, profile Dublin, Ireland, and competitors, financial and contacts, Dun and Bradstreet. And it gives you the link to it. And this is a company description for the government. Governments are corporations, you know that. They're registered as like businesses, corporations. So is your police, by the way. Your local police, even in Canada, when you look into them, they're under corporations. And it says that the company description says the Government of Ireland is located in Dublin, Ireland. As part of the government industry, the Government of Ireland has 10 employees of this location and generates $1.19 million in sales. That's US. And there are 586 companies in the Government of Ireland corporate family. And it says, and if we cannot question the government, why can we not question government policy? And how does this somehow put you into some fringe element of society? Indeed, one that seems to be moving ever more closely to making you a domestic terrorist. Next thing you'll be telling me there are internment camps for this type of individual. Underneath that, by the way, these are all links. You know? The Government Ireland one is too, the company. And this one about the next thing you'll tell me there are internment camps for this type of individual. And it gives you the SundayWorld.com, Irish News. 3 army camps to turn into isolation centres for COVID-19 patients. And that says, in recent days we've seen some outrageous behaviour from the Gardaí with their handling of the Irish public. In Balbriggan on Wednesday, 24 February, a beauty salon owner, just very much like the ones in the States and Canada as well, Christine McTiernan, reopened her store in a basic last chance effort to survive and pay her never-ending cycles of bills, including those payable to government agents, which haven't stopped during the lockdown. There was little or no government support for her to ease up on this burden, and she felt she had no choice. So in the article, the actual link to that article is here as well. What transpired was beyond belief. An entire squadron of Gardaí turned up to arrest this one woman, to harass and arrest some people who quietly turned up to support this woman. And videos on social media show the Gardaí taking names and bullying people to move on to ensure that this Irish lady would not succeed in simply trying to save her livelihood, and that those Irish people willing to support her would not be allowed to do so either. Like the Borg say, in Star Trek it was, in the series, it says, resistance is futile. I used to always say, especially with the way they pronounced it in the States, resistance is futile. That's how they used to pronounce it. I thought it's an apt way of saying it. It's really a feudal system we're in, you see. And in a feudal system, the peasants had no rights. And it says Christine was taken into custody and then brought before Swords Courthouse and had to sign under duress a declaration not to reopen upon consequences of jail. Can you believe getting forced? It's like blackmail. We'll put you in prison unless you sign this. You sign that you're not going to go to work and support yourself. Do you understand what I'm saying here? This isn't happening just in Ireland. This is your brave new world coming in, and it's not a nice one. Being forbidden to work. No one's been forbidden to work during world wars. This is to wreck this whole of the system, to rebuild a new type of system. This is, but not to be outdone by the Dublin branch of the Gardaí. The Limerick lads were out in force against that horror of horrors in anti-terrorism, the Irish Christian funeral. A significant number of people turned up. It says the armed response unit even got a chance to attend for a time. This is brilliant. Those pesky Irish and their traditions, eh? They could kill Granny, aren't they so selfish? It says, and it gives you the link to that one too. A significant number of COVID fines following large funeral in Limerick town. And however, there's another side to this when it comes to non-Irish. The Gardaí, it appears, seems to be extremely busy, or at least otherwise engaged, likely finding out where the next domestic terror attack of 11 people in a church are to attend Friday prayer meetings for, and mention that the Muslim friends. See, in Britain and in Ireland, they'll leave the Muslims. They respect the Muslims, because the Muslims aren't going to put up with this stuff. And so they'll keep up. And now they want to get fired. There's so many laws now, and everyone's so sensitive that they can only go after the simple Christians, you see. Okay, I'll be good and I'll do what I'm told. But there are certain groups they won't touch. I said this years ago, unless you belong to an elevated group in society that's got special rights, then you have no rights at all. I said that many years ago. And all these other groups have their own spokespeople and so on, and they just tell government where to go. And you've got to respect them. You've got to respect the Muslim groups, that they won't put up with this nonsense. But everybody's so terrified of losing their jobs because it's so sensitive, you see. It was the same thing in Britain during the time when all the young girls were getting recruited and put in drugs and prostitution. For years that was going on, and the politicians, the cops left them alone. Oh no, mustn't. They're all scared of losing their jobs. Everyone's so politically sensitive, eh? But no, I've got to have some respect for Muslims. They're not going to put up with it, and the cops they won't go near them. It says, after having allegedly been called 12 times to attend a clear breach of lockdown rules at one of the mosques, Black Pitts Mosque, where approximately 100 Muslims were observed to be together, but no Gardaí rushed to the scene. Well, there you go. Maybe you're getting shown what to do. Just everybody turn up and just say no, Don't forget what they said that Lockstep, the big Lockstep organisation, or test that they had for pandemics and what they would do in 2010 for the Rockefeller Foundation. That was part of the big scenarios of the future, that they had. It was Lockstep, Operation Lockstep. And they said that this is what they'll do in the lockdowns and so on, blah, blah, blah. And they wouldn't stop until the people en masse push back. That's what they said. And bullies will always pick the weakest group that's politically okay to harass or persecute, basically. Yeah. As I mentioned before, that guy out in Burnaby, BC, I don't care what happened or what he did or didn't do. The fact is, if he didn't have a mask on, you don't choke a guy and with a deadly stranglehold for not wearing a mask. And if that had been someone like Mr. Floyd in the States there, in the photograph, there'd have been burnings. You're starting to see how is it okay to do it to one group but not to another? And when it happens to white people, it's okay.
Is that the message here? To strangle them? This is incredible what you're witnessing, and folk don't see what they're... they don't understand what they're witnessing. A lot of them have already said, I guess he was a troublemaker anyway. Okay, strangle him, then that's fine. Yeah. I guess they can spread that. Let's start strangling everybody who has their different opinion or something, Is that okay then? Do you understand? You can't go that way, But that's what the government's done with terrorising the public, with the media. Deliberate. They actually told them to terrorise the people. Actually, I'll put these links up too, by the way, from all these different things I'm talking about tonight. Here's an article that ties in exactly with the one I mentioned last year, to do with ways to increase insecurity, anxiety, and uncertainty from the branch of the same organisation, the SAGE group, that's working in Ireland, and literally giving tipping points to the media and what to do and how to handle this whole thing for the propaganda. This was out a year ago, or last year, in Britain, and I put up the links from some of the reporters that said this is what they told them to say, to exaggerate the stories to create more anxiety. Well, here's the Irish version from the same group, by the way, but they call it the Irish, what's it called now? Irish SAG members, and in Britain this is called the SAGE group. And so the Irish SAG group members in Ireland instructed to review and internalise instructions, right? This is telling the media, to look for ways to increase insecurity, this is official stuff, anxiety and uncertainty, and to go after people and not institutions, okay? Because people hurt faster than institutions. They're talking about people who speak out. The instructions were shared to the group by Professor Anthony Staines, one of the founders of ISAG, in a note titled Notes from 2020-2002 to ISAG meeting. The note's title contains a typo. It was actually posted on the 8th of February 2021. The note reminded ISAG members of the importance of ridicule, listen to this, as man's most powerful weapon, and that the threat of a thing is usually more terrifying than the thing itself. This is psychological warfare, folks. This is the same as the military. ISAG members, many of whom are regular guests in Irish media, were told that they could count on imagination to dream up many more consequences than they themselves, as the threat is usually more terrifying than the thing itself. These instructions are based on, literally, and they are too, but it's also used by all the military, because I've got lots of it here actually, on Saul Alinsky's book, remember, Rules for Radicals? And I've told you these groups run all sides, I always have done, which argues that the creation of conflict is necessary for activists to succeed, and that the organisers should find or create an enemy who can be singled out, personally blamed for everything that's gone wrong with their lives and everything, and attacked and ridiculed unmercifully, regardless of the chosen enemy actually bears responsibility for the things you're blaming him for. The book tells organisers to allow no middle ground. So it's all you, and you can hear that in the States now, who's responsible for being, they're actually brought down to the ethnic group of colour, as you know, who to hate. But back to this one, this is Ireland, remember, and this is the special advisory group to government, based on and actually connected to the one in Britain, the SAGE group, special advisory group. So it's, and this is again from the military. The military is using the same techniques, you see. Interestingly, a copy of Alinsky's rules was sent to the ISAG by Dr. Gabriel Scally, a Northern Irish public health physician best known in the Republic for authoring the Scally Review into Cervical Check. Dr. Scally is involved with the Zero COVID advocacy group, Independent SAGE, that's Independent SAGE, SAGE, the Britain one, and has made numerous comments to Irish media on the need to support the adoption of zero COVID policies within Ireland. Independent SAGE was set up as a left-wing alternative to the Special Advisory Group for Emergencies, that's SAGE, which is advising the British government. And that was also, again, but Ferguson was also involved with too, by the way, with all these false figures. We offered Professor Staines multiple opportunities to comment on the story prior to publication, but is yet to do so. Now that's what came out of Britain too, the same kind of wording, at least last year, when some reporters said that this is what there's a handout they were given and how told to exaggerate stories to increase anxiety, so the public will become more anxious, to increase anxiety. Exactly the same as they told them here in Ireland. This is your own government's doing this. This is terrorism. I'll put these links up, remember, for those that want to go through them. An article here was mentioned earlier about the CIA, that's part of the big deep state that really has nothing to do with what Americans think it is to do. Americans don't realize the CIA was set up to bring in a world society along with the British MI6, and the other groups that have since merged with them all. Irrespective of what you think you'd like for the future, they'd all planned out. And what kind of system it would be. Anyway, it says this article here, this is after leaving the Washington Post in 1977, Carl Bernstein spent 6 months looking at the relationship of the CIA and the press during the Cold War years. His 25,000-word cover story, published in Rolling Stone October 20th, 1977, is reprinted below. I'll put that up too. It's called The CIA and the Media: How America's most powerful news media worked hand in glove with the Central Intelligence Agency and why the Church Committee covered it up. And it's like interesting for me because I like this kind of stuff. It's not going away. It's always been this way. I remember way back then too, there was a big expose about that time, probably as part of it. And they actually came out with some of the top members in American media. It wasn't just newspapers and television, radio, and so on. And they're all through, and also mentioned it was all through Canada as well. It wasn't just the States. So the CIA has put their guys into. It naturally makes perfect sense, media in all countries, to make sure they have uniform information. It doesn't mean it's truth. It just means uniform, what they want you think and believe and so on. And it's never changed. It's worse now than ever it was. And so this is one of them too. There's so much information in this, it's just unbelievable. But again, folk don't want to look at the past. They think it's somehow obsolete. They don't realise that there's the only way you'll find out what's happening today, because it's still going on. And then this one here, the new ad campaign urges people to keep staying at home, despite the coronavirus transmission rates declining. And so Mr. Matt Hancock says he knows it's been a long year, but warns we can't let up now, he says. Well, there you go. This has gone on for years, folks. To bring in a whole new way of being. I won't call it living. It's not to be living, it's to be existing. I've said that many times before, and other folk have grabbed it and mentioned it too the same way. It's good. It's good to can actually use these little tidbits. So despite the declining transmission rate of COVID, the success of the vaccine rollout, okay, and the launch of the roadmap out of lockdown, even though they've told you, they keep telling you that they don't know yet what the long-term effects are going to be with the vaccinations yet. Now they're telling you probably need at least one more. I think in Israel, it was the Pfizer group that was doing it. I have to check that and see. I've got an article later on to come to. But they had two of them, the shots. And they're talking about a third one now, I think. So this is the whole thing. You're going to be a pincushion for the rest of your lives, I think, for something really, as they keep telling you, it isn't dangerous to most folk. And even it's 99 point something people get over it quite easily, And then the ones who are seriously damaged by it and hurt are generally very elderly. I mean, really, the average age in one of the surveys was in their 80s in Britain. So, what really kills them at that age, And again, there's been all cons to do with, they've got COVID at the same time, because of this silly little test that's so inaccurate that they've had to change their opinions on it so many times already. Also, I'll put up an article to do with band practice. This is the latest bit of insanity. You see, you've got to get used to insanity as you go through madness in order to actually start believing the madness. When you forget what common sense is, when you're being taught not to trust your own logic anymore. You see, this is what you're being taught. This is psychological warfare, really to the extreme. It could get a lot worse yet, but it's extreme psychological warfare to destroy everything that was, the economy, everything, and the way of living as it's always been, for a long time, to bring in the new, you see. And so here's part of it, yeah. So you'll see these children with their musical instruments inside these stupid tents inside a room, right? And it says how the return to high school looks like in central Washington. When at Chi High School. Okay. But there you go. The training that madness is normal, you see. And as long as you'll jump when white-coated people tell you to jump, the experts. Remember, Bertrand Russell said that they're training the people that they can't do anything without advice from experts, even the things that were quite natural. You don't realize that even when they brought out the station for 24-hour weather, people laughed at it. Who's going to watch 24-hour weather reports? But then there was no weather in it. Oh, even a drizzle was going to be a flood, you see. Half an inch of snow could be a massive snowstorm. And they hyped up natural weather and to make everybody anxious about going outside. That's had an amazing effect on people, the hype. I even gave out the stories years ago from the people who created the system on weather reporting, who admitted what I'm saying here. They were told to exaggerate and terrify the people to go along with climate change, to change, again, the whole sustainability agenda into the new system that they're pushing through under Schwab's idea was all they had decided that climate change would be the thing they would use. And it wasn't going fast enough, we were ignoring it. So in comes COVID, boom. So to terrify the weather first. Oh my goodness. Folk can't even remember generally from year to year what the weather was. That's how it works so well. Oh my God. It rained half an inch today. Oh. Yeah. So yeah, logic has to be thrown out the window. Your own ability to decipher basic events and rationalise them and work them out for yourselves to be out the window. Experts must tell you what to think. Okay? And you're going to be tested on to make sure that you're following the experts on every single thing. It's astonishing. Do you realise that people used to have babies before there was a National Health Service? Isn't that incredible? What an amazing thing that was. Right? And they knew how to have them and raise them without experts telling them what to do. It's just amazing, isn't it? How could we have survived? And again, the psychological rubbish they churn out for the people, like, oh, let's have a happy day, So calls to make June 21st a bank holiday to celebrate the end of lockdown as the Brits share brilliant memes. Let's all have memes and see who's got the best memes. So this is all wartime rubbish put out by psyops. Cooped up Brits are calling on Boris. I think they're calling Boris Johnson something else. They're not calling him to get a holiday on. Believe you me, this guy, Johnson is such a... but he always was, before they made him the head guy, yeah. At least the pretended head guy. Health officials push pregnant women to get COVID shots despite known risks, this article says here. It's got the Children's Health Defense Team. And in December, the US Food and Drug Administration granted emergency use authorization. The link is here, by the way, from the FDA. So given authorization to 2 messenger RNA, that's mRNA, vaccines against COVID-19 because the unapproved vaccine status is investigational. For those who don't know that yet, right? It's not what they call normal legal approval. It's given investigational status. Anyone who gets an injection, whether they realize it or not, is agreeing to participate in an ongoing experiment, it says here, right? And the links are here, the FDA Gov Emergency Preparedness and Response MCM legal, regulatory and policy framework emergency use authorization. That's what it says here. This is from the government, right? These links. This is recognizing that there are many unknowns. Many Americans have refused the experimental jab, including members of the armed forces, and that's true. I've heard it from other sources within the forces that a lot of them have said no, and their families, and also healthcare workers, because they're getting a lot of information about bad reactions before most folk. They're looking outside just the TV to find other information. It says, even without data from Pfizer or Moderna sufficient to inform vaccine-associated risks in pregnancy, expectant doctors, nurses, and others appear eager for the shots, perhaps influenced by the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, which states that neither a conversation with a clinician or even a pregnancy test are necessary prerequisites. It's interesting that they actually mention obstetricians and gynecologists for that doctor, remember, who died after getting his shot, and his wife came out too, so he was very healthy and the whole bit. And within 2 weeks he was dead. He was hemorrhaging because he had no platelets, he said, when he was admitted to the hospital. His platelet rate was 0. His immune system had turned against his platelets and destroyed it. And that happens with certain vaccinations in the past, you know. So it says, do these individuals know that as of February the 12th, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, as they call VAERS, V-A-E-R-S, had already received 111 reports of adverse events experienced by women who were pregnant at the time of their Pfizer or Moderna injection. The links are here to these, by the way. And it says, but the first report was submitted December 22, just 10 days after authorization of the Pfizer vaccine. Nearly a third, 31% of the women, had miscarriages or preterm births, which occurred within as little as 1 day of injection, the majority after a single dose of vaccine. That's what gets me, the illegality of the press, this big on-board mantra, yeah. But this conglomeration of the press is really one system, really, isn't it? Otherwise, you would get all kinds of different viewpoints. But no, they're all on board because they're owned by the same gang, you know, of moguls, to telling you that it's safe. When the actual articles from the vaccine manufacturers and all the rest of it tell you that if you go into informed consent, this was to tell you all the adverse things that could happen to you, including death. And also tell you, as I put out last week, of the article from the government of the UK's government of requisitions, where they put out contracts or tender for things to be made or things they want to buy. And one was from the app to follow up people who had the vaccinations, to find out who had adverse reactions or ongoing things that cropped up down through time for over a 2-year period, because it's experimental. You can't say something's safe if you're part of the test and experimental phase of it. You don't know yet. Otherwise, you wouldn't be looking for tenders for things that might happen down the road, all the different side effects. So how dare they say this is safe? This was rushed through, something that takes years to do. It was rushed through in a matter of months. This is a stuff, you know, the lying is just, the deception is so criminal that there will be consequences down the road. If they can't pull off this whole societal, cultural, everything change, if they can't pull it off, I tell you, there's a lot of people going to answer for what's happening, because you cannot tell people to get it because it's safe. You don't know that yet. You can't split up and say, well, the first few weeks seems quite safe. Only so many folk have got adverse effects. Well, 80% of the people are getting reactions of some kind even after the first shot, for goodness sake. And big bumps in their arms at the very least, never mind fainting spells, syncopes and so on. It's just astonishing with this. But what about the long term? Never mind facial paralysis and all, the host of other things. This is astonishing with this. It's safe. I've got articles here too with the psychological units advising people on what to tell the public to get them to conform and accept it. Well, how about the basic truth? Read out from the actual side effects that comes with the vaccines, that comes in the packet, the boxes. Read them to the general public before you get informed. Rather than try to say this is good for you, read what might happen to them. That's a legal thing you're supposed to do. And then let them decide. After all, if you take the shot, it's your life. It's not the doctor here, or the nurse, or anybody else they're using to give the vaccination to. It's your life. You're getting it. You are supposed to decide after being informed. Read the instructions for the patients, and they're supposed to be told to the patients on the packaging with the shots. Don't just say, this is nice, this is good for you, it's going to help you. You don't need psychological units to persuade you to take it. If you just tell the people the truth and let them decide. Don't you get fed up getting treated like a child your whole life long? And then major things like this, just treat them like children, make them comply. Because this is what this propaganda is. Astonishing what we're witnessing. It really is. I tell you. This one also talks about Fauci, the same article here. It says that, bizarrely, Fauci's January comments indicated that 20,000 pregnant women had received COVID vaccines, while in subsequent remarks he halved his apparently off-the-cuff estimate to 10,000. His willingness to make light of potential COVID vaccine risks for pregnant women only 2 months into the rollout of experimental vaccines defies logic. Fauci is not only the Biden administration's chief medical advisor, but the longtime director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, which holds patents and will receive royalties from the Moderna vaccine. Talk about compromised, at the very least. And he's also, I've got articles here from years ago where he was put in charge of the top biowarfare military laboratories as well. Do you know that as well? Aye. They always profit off what they do at the top, don't they? Whether it's the banking or whatever it is they do, and they're going to crash economies. Nobody at the top loses anything. In fact, they all profit from it. And anything they're going to do, they make sure, including now it's the medical industry and vaccination company, they're all profit off us, the idiots at the bottom. We are products, and we receive their products. But never in human history, I think, have they tried to tell you and force you into a system, make it almost impossible not. This is what they want to go, actually, is make it impossible not to take the jab. They won't say, well, we're forcing you to do it, you've got a decision. But they've already said at the WHO a few years ago, they can't force folk to take the vaccinations, but they can make it impossible to live in a society without it. For something that most folk get and don't even know that they've had, and now they've got antibodies to it by themselves. Come on, there's some bigger at work here, folks. If it doesn't make you suspicious, I'll keep going back to, there's too many of you. Forbes, how to convince people to take the COVID vaccine, a lesson in leadership communication. This is one of the articles. There's a lot out there put out by different PSYOPs units. So some countries such as the UK have already started COVID vaccination campaigns. This is December. Others such as France and US are rushing to approve one of the 3 leading vaccines. Well, most governments seem confident that distributing the vaccine will be enough to bring down COVID. They will need to tackle this somehow misleading assumption that people will want to be vaccinated. Right? Both the UK and France have already announced that they won't make the vaccine compulsory, which makes this assumption even more dangerous. Oh, it's a dangerous assumption, The acceptance rate for the vaccine is low and many remain to be convinced. A study published by Nature October 2020 suggests wild differences between countries, as the Russians were only 55% to report accepting a potential COVID vaccine versus 90% in China. There you go. A couple of weeks ago, a poll reported only 59% of the French population were ready to be vaccinated, while in October, 63% of the Brits or 55% of the Italians were on board. By the way, you can't believe the numbers too, because they use them, as I've said before, like polls. and exaggerate numbers when they want more folk to jump in and say, well, if they're all getting it, must be okay. Yeah. Says, how can we explain such suspicion and those differences? What can the social sciences literature tell us about how to communicate on the vaccine to improve acceptance? Well, I've told you what, just tell them what the benefits would be versus any possible side effects. Just be honest with them. That's all you'd have to do. And let them make their decision then. After all, as I say, it's going into their body. Each person's responsible for their own life, and it's a legality making you accept it. Do you want this? Okay, well, it's tough luck. Anything that happens is tough luck, eh? So the literature on practice, adoption and diffusion, for example, in management and organization research, this is their little, psyop thing. Management and organization stress the importance of motives and mimicry. Mimicry is awfully good. I've just mentioned that before. Well, if so many folk are doing that, well, they must be okay. The rationality of taking the COVID vaccine. First of all, individuals need to fully understand the rationale behind taking the vaccine. Why is it important to them, specifically? And they went to the 65s and over are keener on the vaccine. They're most at risk. Are they really, though? And then the vaccine is likely to have a significant impact on their ability to return to everyday life. Was that good or bad? They don't actually say here, badly worded, eh? By contrast, younger individuals perceive themselves as less exposed, and incentives to take the vaccine don't counterbalance the suspicion against it. It says, here the key is to bring attention to how the vaccine could help individual citizens contribute to a safer society. So there you take it to make society safe. If you don't make it safe, you're a bad person. See, that's how it's really going, isn't it? You're dangerous to other people. Well, they should be perfectly healthy then, if they're protected by the vaccination, shouldn't they? But then again, Fauci and I said, well, they can't say it'll actually stop you getting the virus or spreading it, they said, after you get the vaccinations. That's what they said, folks. It's not me saying that. They said, what they say, again, it's very scientific, They say that if you take the vaccine, you may get some protection, so that it won't give you such severe symptoms. It won't stop you getting it, but you might not get such severe symptoms. Well, most folk haven't had the severe symptoms anyway, without getting a vaccine. Again, I don't want to go into using logic here, because it's not meant to be logical, folks, It's meant to be persuasive, to just obey. It says the confusion with regards to the success rate of vaccines in the last few weeks has made this effort both more difficult and even more important. Recent study has shown that expectedly medical experts in the World Health Organization have more credibility to influence the take on the jab, by contrast with politicians. Well, I don't trust the WHO either, especially since Bill Gates funds a lot of it. The guy's got... It's compromised. Everybody's compromised, folks. And Bill Gates, and again, you've got this gang that belongs in a James Bond movie with Klaus Schwab. And Bill Gates, wanting to jab the whole planet with the vaccination, so he's involved in too, They're all making money out of it. It's not philanthropy, folks. There's videos up to where Bill Gates talks about the best investment he ever did was into the different vaccines and so on. You see, you get 20 to 1 return on everything. Every dollar he puts in, he gets 20 back. That was years ago. Yeah? And then when he was asked at a meeting at Davos, a private meeting, well, it was not private, it was a reporter and a TV camera, and they asked him about, they said to him, you put 20 million into this campaign here and that campaign there and so on. And then luckily, the person actually asked a pertinent question. They said, it's all your money. He says, well, no. He says most of the money that I give to them is given to him, his organization, by the budgets, for the foreign affairs budgets of different countries. So he's getting the money for nothing. Philanthropist? No, he's definitely part of a big agenda. I have no doubt about it. The very big gang at the top, folks. They were already into the third hour here. So remember, cuttingthroughthematrix.com. List all my sites in case I start getting censored off more places that my talks go up into. And hopefully you can go into my sites and at least get my talks every Sunday night. Remember to go out every Sunday night. And sometimes it's a couple of days before they get it up on other sites. Other people put my talks up. But my official sites are mine at cuttingthroughthematrix.com. There's a bunch of them there. Make a list of them in case you suddenly don't hear from me again. But if you want them earlier, again, the audio, I put it up, as I say, download it, right-click download, and you can listen to it at your leisure on wherever you want to listen to, wherever you record it by, on your computer or your cell phone or whatever. And send me a few bucks, because I've got to pay for all the other sites and all the rest of it too. And I would like to get some more equipment, some newer equipment for sure, because I'm using rather obsolete stuff even for doing the talks and then uploading, etc., etc. And with my own service provider, I'm living in the country, so I don't get cheap internet. I had satellite. And believe you me, I'm getting hammered by the authorities through slowing me down satellite-wise. And this actually said that in some of the articles I've found, they were to go after providers. And I guess too, technically, if you could prove, you know darn well it's them that's doing it. I've called the providers too. And they've even told me, by the way, their excuse for the slow speed I was getting. I'm talking about crawling even for looking at newspaper articles. 5 minutes to open a newspaper article. This is what they go. This is how they do it. You see, but they won't admit that they're actually doing it on purpose. But you know darn well they are. If you could find they did it on purpose, then you could sue them, because they're still taking money off you, and they're also taking money from the government. By the way, the big satellite companies, you know that too. They get subsidised. But I really go through hell at times just doing what I'm doing, and it's frustrating. It's meant to be frustrating. And they have all these PSYOP units and cyber war units from the military. That's been in the papers. I put the articles up before. All the mainstream news had these articles up, and Global Research had them up too. And Whitney Webb from the mainstream had the news articles up from the mainstream, saying they were using, their governments in Canada and the States and Britain were now using the same cyber war groups that were used against the Middle Eastern countries that are on the list. They're still taken out today. They're now using all the techniques on us. So any difference of opinion or logic is verboten by your democracies. So send me a few bucks my way, keep me going, and hopefully I can keep going and get some decent equipment too, and find more alternate ways of getting my word out there. It's very important, because I say I'm not backed by anybody, and I haven't led people to the slaughter. I haven't guided them into riots or set-ups, and I'm not backed by any foreign governments either, you know. Then I could go on about all of that side of things too, but I don't. What's the point? The fact is that I try to get information out, and this is how information goes down through time. It's always a few people who get the knowledge and can pass it on. And it's up to you to help me just do it. Otherwise, that's it. You know, I'm off, and that's it. Off the air, etc. So, cuttingthroughthematrix.com, PayPal, personal check is fine. You can send cash, you know. And MoneyGram still works. So make sure you send a few bucks my way and keep me ticking along. And believe you me, I've never passed on information about anybody to any government sources, and I know plenty of them out there that have. I do, and some of the biggest ones out there too, of course. I've done that, but I could go on, as I say, and on about so much that I do know, but I won't bother. It's up to you to just get through this, because really, the horror that's been inflicted upon society and humanity is overwhelming at times. And it should at least motivate you into finding out what's happening, so that people down the road in the future, or maybe even the present, can benefit and survive against all the odds that are coming down the pike here. To show evil. This is a true spiritual war here. I'm telling you, it really is spiritual. And sometimes, as I say too, I don't know when they're even really in real time interfering with my computer as well. You actually see them playing with you. That's what they do. Same stuff as they've done across the world, as I say, these cyber warrior groups. And I've mentioned all the different groups that are involved, that are authorised to be involved and harass their own fellow citizenry. What scum they are, eh? What scum. Again, they're psychopathic, obviously. Taking money and feeling so incredibly powerful, what they're allowed to do to other people. Playing with them. Sadism par excellence, eh? Authorised by our own governments. But it'll affect them too, because they're all disposable themselves. They don't even get that yet. So, cuttingthroughmatrix.com, make a list, copy the links so you can always get me. And if you want me earlier, always get me on Sunday night or early Monday morning. It's up on Sunday night, and you can listen to my talks if nothing goes wrong. Now, this article by Forbes is part of a group of mass media, mailings basically to media, by the psychological operations divisions. They're working, again, for government and the military, because I've got the articles from them, some of these associations, and they're giving out the instructions to all the media on how to help to convince the public, just like the one from Ireland there, from the Irish SAGE unit and the British SAGE unit, to increase anxiety and all the rest, all the tricks. Why are you resorting to tricks to get folk to comply, and deception to get folk to comply, and psychological behavioural techniques to comply in a free society? The very fact you're doing that means the society is not free. Now, here's what they say too: the power of the crowd, beyond convincing the population the vaccine is safe and crucial for both individuals and the collectivity. How can you convince them when they don't know yet what the long-term studies are, even the short-term studies? 4 or 5 weeks or 2 months is not a long-term study. When the group in Britain for the Government Acquisitions Department, and I read it last week from the government site, and it states right on it, that they put a tender for applications, apps for cell phones and so on, so that folk who take the jab can be tracked and traced for a minimum of 2 years, so that the government can have a record of adverse effects. Which means they don't know if it's safe yet, otherwise they wouldn't need to do that if it's perfectly safe. But let's not use logic here. Anyway, it's in a situation of ambiguity. Here we are. We tend to look at what others do to make our own decisions, you see. In a study written with Marco Clements in 2050, we examined the importance of the majority opinion. Here we go, see, in driving practice adoption, using the communication theory of the spiral of silence introduced by Elizabeth Noel Newman. And in the 70s, in the study, we explain how we tend to align on what we perceive as a majority opinion to avoid feeling isolated. So see, it's you're actually being told the technique right here, folks. Using the crowd, right? So that you don't, so perceive as majority opinion to avoid feeling isolated. It also conversely means that you attack the person who won't go along with it, and you'll make them isolated. You understand that you're seeing two things at the same time in the same sentence. In other words, if we feel like everybody else is taking the vaccine, we're likely to do so too. Well, that's really informed consent, right? Well, they've all taken it. Huh? So I'll take it too. No, what's it told you about the vaccine? How about all the actual side effects of it, possible and really they could have on you? Informed consent is not making them feel isolated or making them feel part of the majority. That doesn't tell you anything except that they're collective in nature. However, our perception of the majority opinion is often biased if we see a vocal group. But by the same token, by the way, you could say the majority opinion. Okay, they behead people in some countries for crimes. Should we do the same if the majority are all for it there? And this is not giving you the details that we're talking about. We're talking about vaccination side effects here and the safety. And the fact if you get the jab and something goes wrong, it's not the majority that's going to feel bad about it, it's you. So they go through the fact, it's the majority, see, they might appear to us as a majority rather than as a marginal group. The impression will disproportionately influence our own decisions. Social media can play the role of an echo chamber that accentuates the impression. For the same reason, England has decided to enlist sensible celebrities. So here you are. Celebrities, eh? They're paying them, by the way. And Scotland will even be ready vaccinate. But what's wrong with people's spelling and speech and grammar? Scotland will even be ready vaccinate. Its First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, even be ready vaccinate. They missed out a 2 or something on TV. Well, is she getting the vaccination? Is she? Is it sterile water, perhaps? Seeing it, it's on TV, it must be true. And by the way, they would never risk that live on TV. Because if someone important, not little old you, said a nasty reaction immediately on television, it would kill the vaccination program. Do you understand that? They'd never allow it. They would never chance that. More than celebrities, we need to make visible and legitimate and broad support for the vaccination campaign. Such support also needs to highlight the process. And by the way, this is for vaccinations that they've said won't stop you getting it or spreading it. And you'll still have to wear masks after. Do you understand this? What else is going on here, apart from the changing our behaviours, etc.? Why is it so important to get these experimental vaccines? What else is it going to do to you, I wonder? Bertie Russell would have a good thing to say about that, I'm sure. So they're talking about creating broad support for vaccination campaigns and so on and so on. There you go. Let's use the crowd and let's make it a collective thing that you all have to... Well, they're all doing it, so that's a good enough reason for it. Never mind side effects or possible things or bad reactions. They're all doing it, so it's okay, you see. That's what is that your informed consent? No, this is psychological deception and warfare, actually, techniques. It really is, isn't it? By the way, I've got lots of articles like that, but I wouldn't read them all tonight, because they're all given the handouts at the same time by psychological warfare units and behaviourist groups like the BITS and so on. Huh? Here's what you tell the people, maybe increase anxiety at the same time, And this article here from 2009, right? And this one here is News Canada at the time. Toronto Sun it was from. And that's when they called it the live bird flu virus, see? It says Baxter Laboratories, right? The company that released contaminated flu virus material from a plant in Austria. They've got, by the way, they're all over the world. There's one in Ontario, I think, too. Baxter Laboratories that make the vaccine. And they were the first one. They were given big exposure at the time when that flu broke out in 2009, and the H5N1, they had avian flu virus and a swine flu, they claimed at the same time. But that company they said they were going to rush it through in months. The same things you're hearing today, folks. See, they've tested this technique before of how to con the public, and get everybody to take the vaccinations. And they were mandating everybody was going to have to get the vaccine. Oh, it's going to kill millions of us. I've got the articles that says that it's going to kill millions of us, and it didn't. But what happened was the laboratory really sunk itself, because this is what happened. They sent batches of the vaccine along with other batches of live viruses from Austria, a laboratory, to 2 different places that were subcontracted by them in Europe. And luckily, where they sent them, one guy examined them and tested the ones that were unmarked, and they were live viruses. If they'd been injected into somebody, they actually state that this is to create a hybrid deadly disease. the person would have become the breeder. It's similar, by the way, to this one, the one I give you. They actually say that the person will become a kind of like a reactor to create more of these particular things in their body to fight the virus. This is what they said recently. But getting back to this article here, it says, what remains unanswered are the circumstances around the incident in the Baxter facility. In Orth-Dono, it was called, right? The contaminated product, a mix of H3N2 seasonal flu viruses and unlabeled H5N1 viruses, was supplied to an Austrian research company. The Austrian firm Avier Green Hills Biotechnology then sent portions of it to subcontractors in the Czech Republic and Slovenia and to Germany. There's 3 places, right? The contaminated instrument, which was being investigated by the 4 European countries, came to light when the subcontractor in the Czech Republic inoculated ferrets with the product, and they died. Right away, they died. Ferrets shouldn't die from exposure to human H3N2 flu vaccinations, right? Public health authorities concerned about what had been described as a serious error on Baxter's part, Baxter Laboratories, have assumed the death of the ferrets meant the H5N1 virus in the product and the vaccine was live, but the company Baxter International has been parsimonious about this, being evasive about the amount of information it's released about the event. On Friday, the company's Director of Global Bioscience Communications confirmed what scientists have suspected. They said it was live, Christopher Bona said in an email. The contaminated product, which Baxter calls experimental virus material, was made at the Dono Research Facility. Baxter makes its flu vaccine, including a human H5N1 vaccine, for which a license is expected shortly at a facility in the Czech Republic. People familiar with biosecurity rules are dismayed by evidence that human H3N2 and avian H5N1 viruses somehow commingled in the Dono facility. That is a dangerous practice. It should not be allowed to happen. A number of experts insisted. There were really the experts to insist upon that. Since the experts let that pass, and how did it get? Luckily, one person did the right thing and tested it on the ferrets. Accidental release of a mixture of live H5N1, live, right, and H3N2 viruses could have resulted in dire consequences. Well, the H5N1 doesn't easily infect people, isn't until you inject them. H3N2 viruses do. If someone exposed to a mixture of the two had been simultaneously infected with both strains, he or she could have served as an incubator for a hybrid virus able to transmit easily to and among people. That mixing process is called reassortment and is one of 2 ways pandemic viruses are created. That's what they do to create them in labs like that, Just in case they ever did it by themselves, that's called gain of function, Let's see what would happen if we do this. It says that there's no suggestion that this happened because of this accident. However, at least nobody's come forward to say they got both. We have no evidence of any reassortment, that any reassortment may have occurred, said Angry. Well, what do they expect them to say? And this is the odd part too. It says Baxter hasn't shed much light, at least publicly, on how the accident happened. Earlier this week, Bona called the mistake the result of a combination of just the process itself and technical and human error in this procedure. He said he couldn't reveal more information because it would give away proprietary information about Baxter's production process. Don't forget, they actually do gain a function in this kind of stuff, which makes things more lethal, by the way. Supposedly just to try to keep ahead of viruses. Well, this might jump one day from this step to that step, maybe 5 steps down the road. So we should always make money by making it more lethal and finding ways to combat it, should it ever break out by itself. What a world, eh? Good business. And there you go. That's one article on it too. And this other article too is back again from 2009, Illinois-based Baxter working on swine flu vaccine. This is the PR bit before it got found out what happened. The specialty drug maker Baxter International will work with the World Health Organization to develop a vaccine that could stem an outbreak of a deadly swine flu strain in Mexico. That's how they introduced the idea of it back then. By the way, when they stopped, never mind the side effects from other countries that tried that stuff too, and it fell flat and everybody stopped taking it. And guess what happened, Darcy? It just died away. You never heard of it again. Just like the same build-up as COVID, by the way. Same build-up, but the same organisations. Try and get it, that they put it on hold and wait for, go back to the drawing board. In fact, you think about a year later, 2010, they had Operation Lockstep. See how fast they got on. We can't allow this to happen again, you know. Because you see, that should have, the whole system you're in today with lockdown, they were going to do it back then for the flu, swine flu, they called it. Didn't pan out. And as soon as the folks says, we've had enough of it, we're not taking the screw up with vaccines, it fell flat. And the side effects of the people who had taken it too weren't good. The word got out back then. And the media wasn't all on board with them, by the way. And guess what happened? That flu just disappeared by itself. Wow. So here you are, again, 2009, okay? That's from the Associated Press. So Baxter's spokesman Christopher Bona said Saturday that the Deerfield, Illinois-based company had asked the WHO, for a sample of the flu strain. It didn't have it, right? He said Baxter had patented technology that allows the company to develop vaccines in half the time it usually takes, about 13 weeks instead of 26. It says there have been 20 confirmed deaths in Mexico of the swine flu, with non-fatal cases also confirmed in Kansas and California. They did the same kind of thing there, by the way. It was a swab test and stuff. And the false positives, and again, did they die off the flu or with it? You know, it only takes particles. The only sense is particles of viruses. Doesn't mean you've got the thing. Anyway, humans don't have a natural immunity to swine flu strain that emerged in Mexico in March. It's strange how this fizzled out by itself, with no, and with no immunity. Anyway, officials had warned the outbreak could become a global epidemic. This is 2009, folks. This was like a dress rehearsal, and they really wanted to bring in the whole thing, eh? Millions could die, a lot of them said. Now, here's one article here from then, and that was The Guardian back then. When The Guardian was a different newspaper then, it really was pretty decent. And so this one here is April 2009, swine flu. It says a panic stoked in order to posture and spend. This is what the media used to be like when they weren't all on board through threats or whatever, Despite this theory, the risk to Britain's health is tiny. I'll say that again for the hard. I think, despite the hysteria, the risk to Britain's health is tiny, but that news won't sell papers or drugs or justify the WHO's budget. Okay? As by Simon Jenkins, and it says we have gone demented. 2 Britons were not very ill from the flu. This could really explode, intones a reporter for BBC News. London warned it's here, cries the Evening Standard. Fear is said to be spreading like a Mexican wave. It could affect 750,000 Britons. It could cost $3 trillion. The danger, according to the radio, is that workers who are not ill will be worried, perhaps by the reporter, and feel to turn up at power stations and hospitals. Already panicked, on Monday, ministers plunged into their Cobra bunker. That's the emergency one for Britain, eh? Whitehall, to prepare for the worst. Had Tony Blair been about, they would have worn germ warfare suits. British government is barking mad. What is swine flu? It says it's a flu, a mutation of the H1N1 virus of the sort that often occurs. It's not a pandemic, despite the media prefix. Not yet. The BBC calls it potentially a terrible virus. But any viral infection is potentially terrible. Flu makes you feel ill. You should take medicine and rest. You will then get well again, unless you're very unlucky or have some complicating condition. It's best to avoid close contact with other people as applies to a common cold. It says in Mexico, 2,000 people have been diagnosed as suffering swine flu. Again, it's the same kind of test, right? Some 150 of them have died. What ages were they? Was that what killed them? We don't know. There is said to be no pathological indication of all these deaths being linked to the new flu strain. At least they said that back then, right? People die all the time after catching flu, especially if not medicated. Nobody anywhere else in the world has died from this infection, and only a handful have the new strain confirmed, most in America and almost all after returning from Mexico. A couple from Airdrie who caught the flu on holiday in Cancun are getting better. That tends to happen to people who get flu, however much it may disappoint editors. We appear to have lost the ability to judge the risk. The cost may lie in the national curriculum, the decline of news, or the rise of blogs and concomitant unmediated hysteria. But people seem helpless in navigating the gulf that separates public information from their daily round. They cannot set a statistic in context. It's true, it's all these statistics, right, to terrify you. They cannot relate bad news from Mexico to the risk that inevitably surrounds their lives. The risk of catching swine flu must be millions to one. Health scares are like terrorist ones. Someone, somewhere, now this is important, has an interest in it. We depend on others with specialist knowledge to advise and warn us, and assume they offer advice on a dispassionate basis, using their expertise to assess danger and communicating it in measured English words such as possibly, potentially, could or might, or should be avoided. They're unspecific qualifiers and open to exaggeration. So that's what you've had through this whole course. Might, potentially, could, or might be, or may be. Even, by the way, even Fauci uses the same terminology. Well, it may do this, and it may or it might stop you getting the worst symptom. How scientific is that? See? Yeah. The World Health Organization, always eager to push itself into the spotlight, loves to talk of the world being ready for a flu pandemic, apparently on the grounds that none has occurred for some time. There's no obvious justification for the scaremongering. I suppose the world is ready for another atomic explosion or another 9/11. It's the same kind of thing, isn't it? How can you be ready for it? Professional expertise is now overwhelmed by professional log rolling. Risk aversion has trounced risk judgment. An obligation on public officials not to scare people or lead them to needless expense is overridden by the yearning for a higher budget or more profit. Health scares enable media-hungry doctors, public health officials, and drugs companies to benefit by manipulating fright. Manipulating fright, see? It says on Monday, the EU Health Commissioner Andrula Vasilou advised travellers not to go North or Central America unless it's very urgent. The British Foreign Office warned against all but essential travel to Mexico. Sound familiar, folks? Because of the danger of catching flu. This was outrageous. It would make more sense to prefer such a warning against the American crime rate. Yet such health and safety hysteria wiped millions from travel company shares. During the BSE, that's the bovine scare of 1995-97 it was. And it says, grown men with medical degrees predicted doom, terrifying ministers, politicians, right, into mad politicians' disease. The scientists' hysteria that BSE has the potential to infect up to 10 million Britons. 10 million, eh? That's what they told them then. That's the big BSE scare. Led to tens of thousands of cattle being fed into power stations and £5 billion spent on farmers' compensation. By the way, Ferguson was involved in that too, I think. I know they were doing it on computer modelling as opposed to reality. A year later, the scientists tried to maintain that the BSE might spread to sheep because, according to one government scientist, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. The meat industry was wrecked, and an absurd ongoing cost was imposed on stock farmers with the closure and concentration of abattoirs. They've closed abattoirs with the COVID scare, folks. Most of them are closed because you're getting off meat anyway. I mean, Bill Gates already said that, and so is the rest of the characters. You'll own nothing, and you'll be happy, and you'll be meatless, and so on, right? Maybe a bit skinny and malnourished, but because obviously they want to cut back on your vegetables and all that too, by the way, folks. Oh, yeah. All their modified vegetables, eh? It says this science-based insanity was repeated during the SARS outbreak of 2003. Isn't it a breath of fresh air? You read common sense from reporters that were real reporters back then and not just on the payroll, eh? The science-based insanity was repeated during the SARS outbreak of 2003, asserted by Dr. Patrick Dixon, formerly of the London Business School, to have a 25% chance of killing tens of millions. The press duty headlined a plague worse than AIDS, Not one Briton died of it. Same lunacy occurred in 2006 with avian flu erupting after a scientist named John Oxford declared that it will be the first pandemic of the 21st century. The WHO issued a statement that 1 in 4 Britons could die. Could again, see? Epidemiologists love the word could because it can always assure them of a headline. During the avian flu mania, Canada geese were treated like Goring's bombers. It's true, they were killing them, eh? RSPB workers were issued with protective headgear. The media went berserk with interviewers asking why the government didn't close all schools to prevent up to 50,000 deaths. The Today programme's John Humphreys became frantic when a dead goose flopped down on an isolated Scottish beach and a hapless local official refused to confirm the BBC's hysteria. The bird might pose no threat to Scotland, but how dare he deny London journalists a good panic? Meanwhile, a real pestilence, MRSA and C. difficile, was taking hold in hospitals. It was suppressed by the medical profession because it appeared that they themselves might be to blame. These diseases have played a role in thousands of deaths in British hospitals. The former reported 1,652 and the latter 8,324 in 2007 alone. Like deaths from alcoholism, we've come to regard hospital-induced infection as an accident of life, a hazard to which we have subconsciously adjusted. MRSA and C. difficile are not like swine flu, an opportunity for public figures to scare and posture and spend money. They're diseases for which the government is to blame. They claim no headlines and no Cobra priority. Their sufferers must crawl away and die in silence. Excellent article, but that's what you used to get when they were allowed to say things. Now they had the Leveson inquiry, by the way, to do with phone tappings and stuff from the Murdoch group, apparently. I think it was in the Murdoch group papers that were doing that. But they used the Leveson inquiry to silence reporters, folks. I knew there was much more to it when Lord Leveson was given this task of rewriting the rights and rules and what you could say and what you couldn't say. And this is what you could say the year before, as this reporter managed to do, eh? And put it in the Guardian newspaper, when the Guardian newspaper had some guts and gumption and decency. So you can look that up yourself and read it. It's comforting to read it, actually. It reassures your sensibilities again, you know. Dangerous stuff, though, really, eh? Reassuring your own sensibilities. And also put up one about the Baxter one again, as they were building it up just like the BioNTech, you know, and the Bill Gates vaccines, and they're all involved in too, and Pfizer, etc. And now they're using the Baxter one then to try and make, and until that screw up happened, and they just sunk them. And again, the flu just died away then. Oh my goodness. It was going to kill millions, but it just died away. When the media lost interest, so did the disease. Also from... Again, it's so important, the flu vaccine trials, 2008, 2009, right? Because this also broke out back then, you know. So much for your informed consent or getting professionals to persuade you by using the crowd, you know. Crowd opinion motivates the rest to jump on board with it. What do you think of? That's probably good for you. That's informed, right? So this is from the Telegraph media group at the time. And it's 2008, actually, July. Homeless people die, this is from Poland, after bird flu vaccine trial in Poland, right? 3 Polish doctors and 6 nurses facing criminal prosecution after a number of homeless people died following medical trials for a vaccine to the H5N1 bird flu virus. This is happening in different places too, by the way. But at least in mainstream, you see how it was before the Leveson inquiry, and then literally light and day what the reporters would say, you know. The medical staff from the northern town of Crusade Crusades are being investigated over medical trials and as many as 350 homeless and poor people last year, which prosecutors say involved an untried vaccine to the highly contagious virus. All they should have said is say it's safe, no, untried vaccine to the highly contagious virus. The way it just disappeared, eh? And it says the director of the homeless centre, Mieczysław Woslowski, told a Polish newspaper that last year 21 people from his centre died, a figure well above the average of about 8. Although authorities have yet to prove a direct link between the deaths and the activities of the medical staff, Poland's health minister, Ua Kopas, has said that the doctors and nurses involved should not return to their profession. It's in the interest of all doctors that those who are responsible for this are punished. The different wording isn't it what's happening today? Huh? The minister added, yeah. Investigators are also probing the possibility that medical staff may have also deceived the pharmaceutical companies that commissioned the trials. The suspects said that all of those involved knew that the trial involved an anti-H5N1 drug and willingly participated. The news of the investigation will come as another blow to the reputation of Poland's beleaguered and poverty-stricken National Health Service. Listen to it. In 2002, a number of ambulance medics were found guilty of killing their patients for commissions from funeral companies. You think evil doesn't stalk this earth here, eh? You're living through evil right now, folks. I mean real evil. It's almost got nothing to stop it right now, because most folk don't believe in it anymore. They've become humanists. Well, yeah, humans do bad things, it's just human nature, and you've all been trained to believe that, of what's going on. But back then, at least, they could charge and fine people who've been killing them. It's just astonishing what goes on. And the more horrific and big the massacres and slaughters and deceptions, even just the deceptions, the bigger they are, the more evil it is. Evil really protects itself, No one can, anyone who's coming down with bad reactions after getting the vaccine, every newspaper is telling you immediately before the body's cold, nothing to do with the vaccination. How would you know? I tell you. And then in Article 2, that came out in February 21st, 1983, the swine flu fiasco. That's the earlier swine flu fiasco. Great documentary on it. It's been out there, if it's still up there, I don't know if it's on YouTube or what. It's about the 1976, a 19-year-old soldier died at Fort Dix, New Jersey, after coming down with a severe case of influenza, which they dubbed swine flu. Fearing a return of the fatal 1918 Spanish flu, this is the excuse. U.S. authorities launched an unprecedented program to vaccinate every man, woman and child in the country. But after 2 months and tens of millions of dollars, the program was scrapped when reports leaked out about adverse reactions to the shot that ranged from temporary paralysis, just like we're hearing now, but, temporary paralysis, we've got that, we've got Parkinson's, your face is paralysed, So they stopped these things. At least in the sense they stopped things back then, right? So they stopped it, and temporary paralysis to also people who died as well. This CBC television clip looks at the ill-fated initiative which was blamed for casting suspicion on vaccination efforts for an entire generation. So it says President Gerald Ford's National Influenza Immunization Program began October the 1st, 1976, with free vaccination clinics in Indianapolis. Canada followed suit days after, even though no cases of the virus had been detected north of the border. And it goes through the history of what happened. It said the multi-million dollar cost was needed to avoid a return of the virus. So they put big money towards it. And again, Ford at the time, he claimed the return of the virus, which he claimed had caused the 1918 pandemic. See how they used it? It wasn't the same thing again either. It wasn't the one they'd done then. Following the footsteps of Ford's announcement, Canadian Health Minister Mark Lalonde said he was contemplating a universal vaccination program. Well-intentioned but poorly executed, the vaccinations were a public health disaster that contributed to Ford's election loss. He was voted out of office in 1977 because of the side effects and so on, right? All because one soldier died, right? Mine, it came out too, by the way, that this soldier, this young fella, they did him on kind of chores for about 4 days straight, and incredible exercises and jogging runs and the whole thing. Some of them was riding his back, basically, obviously, and that's really what they said what killed him. He was beyond exhaustion, and he died. And they used all this scary stuff, all the story, along with many others at the time, reported as many 500 cases of swine flu at Fort Dix and warned of a second, more deadly wave in the fall. Didn't happen, though, eh? They always give this second and third wave stuff, eh? From the same sources. It says this combined with a lack of an outbreak of the swine flu after locking down folk and trying to vaccinate, and big bucks for pharma and vaccine makers, right? They only managed to vaccinate 500 folk in the US. They developed the Guillain-Barré syndrome, and 25 of them died. That was enough for the US government. The CDC ordered the suspension of the flu program December the 16th, 1976. Ontario followed suit the day after, with the rest of the province cancelling the program the week after. You understand why they're going the whole hog this time, regardless of the consequences? Anti-change society, folks. But yeah, that was in Medium, put out by television at the time. The program was called The Journal. And you look it up for yourself. Barbara Frum, the mother of David Frum, who wrote the book for Bush Jr., The Right Man and all that stuff, was the host of it. (2009). I'm just reminding you about how safe things are and safe things are. You're going to get informed consent. You better start asking some questions, not like, well, is the rest of the crowd taking it, This is your life, eh? In your hands, eh? Okay. This one here says, free report, key pointers to a life-transforming diet. It says at the very top of this one. It's put up by a health company, actually. But it says that children who have flu jab are 3 times more likely to need hospital care. This is 20th of May 2009. So they take the standard flu jab, there's times more likely to end up in the hospital. The vaccine also is useless at preventing the disease, new research has discovered. And children with asthma are especially vulnerable after being given the annual flu vaccine, TIV, trivalent inactivated flu vaccine. Children aged from 6 months to 18 years are recommended to have the vaccine each year. So researchers from the Mayo Clinic in Rochester made the discovery after studying 263 children who had had the flu and whether or not they had been vaccinated. They discovered that the children who had been vaccinated were 3 times more likely to need hospital care than those not vaccinated. And the risk was even higher in children who had asthma. It was also clear the vaccine had not protected the children against the flu, the researchers told a conference this week. That was the 105th International Conference of the American Thoracic Society in San Diego. And other links are there to other people involved in the investigations of it. Now, this other article, too, is interesting. Again, it's to do with psychological warfare, folks, is what it is. As I've said before, if you are telling the truth to people, you don't have to use persuaders, professional persuaders. They're allowed to say no when it comes to their own life, obviously. Now, I've talked before about how words are so important. This article is interesting. I've got much more in-depth articles myself over many, many years from different sources that you can't even find now, some of them. And even books have been removed from libraries over many years. And I talked about that years ago too, when I saw piles and piles, like hundreds of books occasionally getting dumped at a time in local dumps. And they called it, what was it, weeding out. That's the term they're using now internationally. We're weeding out the books and libraries Because a lot of books, you see, had a lot of information that might make you think about things and come to different conclusions about different things and disinform you generally, of facts. Facts are an awful danger these days, but this little article here gives you a little clue into something. Something's best at these little shallow articles, in a sense. But this one here says, changing the culture of concussion reporting amongst college athletes. And you say, well, what's that got to do with anything, right? And they talk about it's taking a socio-ecological approach to the problem, looking at vested interests and reporting behaviour at the individual level. Organisational culture, that's as important, organisational culture, they call it, at the interpersonal group levels. We're talking about earlier about the crowd and so on. This is a more in-depth little talk about it. And cultural narrative at the social level. This has been going on for years, eh? And underneath it goes into detecting and tracking adversarial framing in mainstream and social media. The CSC has been awarded a grant from the Office of Naval Research to study the use of adversarial framing in information operations by state actors to influence political discourse in Europe. Okay? Now don't forget that the Naval Research, Navy has probably the larger intelligence agency. It's a senior intelligence agency than the other ones, And they do amazing stuff. I mean, I'll get off the topic again, this is where I always go, but I can remember years ago, and I remember mentioned it in the late 90s in a talk of a study I noticed in Hawaii. And the naval personnel have been studied for years by psychologists and behaviourists and the people involved in socio-economic systems and so on, to see what classes would marry what kind of people that they met in foreign countries, to get a more. This is what they said, by the way. This is years ago. This is just amazing what's stashed inside your brain. And they said that the study had been ongoing to find out what children of the offspring of sailors and military people what cultures do they mix with, give them a more compliant, docile offspring. I'm not kidding you. This is an official study. It's been on for years. And they listed the peoples that were satisfactory. Apparently they didn't want them to breed with their own peoples back. Maybe it made them more aggressive, I don't know. But yeah, they actually, obviously, they already had the sailors grouped in ethnicities. That's rather obvious, had to have, to do the studies, ongoing studies. And again, they had the psychologists and behaviourists studying them and quietly, and observed and all that, and little chit-chats with medical professionals, and that's how information really comes out, is through chit-chat, You have no idea what you're living in. You have none. Now it's much easier because it's all on the internet, and people put it up on their Facebook pages. It's all done. You're doing it all for them. Everything about you. Back to the article, and it says detecting and tracking adversarial framing in mainstream stream. So here they are, right? How to alter, how to frame discourses and information operations, right? In Europe, framing is the use of words, phrases, images, or other rhetorical devices to encourage one interpretation of a set of facts. Not to bring a common interpretation, you see what it is, of facts, and discourage other interpretations. You're starting to get the picture. You just apply this again to COVID right now, or whatever part of COVID you want to encourage one interpretation of a set of facts and discourage other interpretations. The research is an outgrowth of a pilot project conducted with support from Lockheed Martin Advanced Technology Laboratories, initially to study Russia's use of such tactics in the 2014 Ukraine conflict. That project showed large shifts in framing prior to the invasion of Crimea. This research will attempt to extend the approach to other European conflicts to improve detection of adversary efforts, development of counter-influence campaigns, and assessment of allied and adversary campaigns, and forecasting of hostility escalation, it says here, right? And now, here's the thing. You simply, back to what I said before, and the articles I put up before, and the links in previous weeks and months, when the Canadian government, the American government, the British government, and of course the British Empire, I still call it the Empire system because if we like it or not, they're all still part of the same Commonwealth, I like to call it nowadays. They're all under the same rule and the same agenda. And they turned and they authorised, it was in the mainstream newspaper articles, the same cyber warriors, they call them, the different divisions of them, different layers of them for the military, upon their own people during the COVID thing, using the same techniques, right? So again, back to influence political discourse at the time here. But using words, framing the use of words, phrases and images or other rhetorical devices to encourage one interpretation of a set of facts and discourage other interpretations. It's being used on you now, folks. These are psyops, psychological warfare operations. This is an offhand thing right now, but I thought I'd just tuck it in as well. Because folk have no idea where all their opinions are made, who's making them, and why, how they're even coming to them. This article here now is to do with how they're always blaming Russia for something. Again, it's psyops, all these different things, You don't need another country to do these things for you. As these leaked documents have unequivocally proven that the United Kingdom has been running a large-scale and well-funded program. The links are here, by the way, to the program, to plaster the Western media with anti-Russian propaganda, and Twitter wants you to know that these materials were obtained through hacking. Meanwhile, just a few weeks ago, the connections between American big tech and these sundry programs were formalized with Ben Nimmo joining Facebook to lead global threat intelligence strategy against influence operations. This also applies, by the way, to COVID, and it was speaking out against COVID. And it says Ben Nimmo is a non-resident senior fellow of the Atlantic Council think tank. Naturally, these are the ones that are all pro-wars and stuff for the same peanut group, which pays the salaries of pro-NATO journalists and activists and is funded by the US State Department and military contractors like Raytheon and Lockheed Martin. He heads Atlantic Council's DFR lab to operationalize the study of disinformation by exposing falsehood and fake news. And in other words, with that last article, ties right in with this one here, folks, how they do it, right? He's highly accomplished in the field, having filtered out, says disgruntled British pensioners on Facebook and Twitter for several years now. And these are different things he's worked on. Ben Nimmo, a DFR lab fellow who has built his reputation on flushing out online Kremlin influence network, embarked on an embarrassing witch hunt this year that saw him misidentify several living, breathing individuals as Russian bots or Kremlin influence accounts. And it says his victims included Mariam Sousli, a well-known Syrian-Australian social media personality, the famed Ukrainian concert pianist Valentina Lisitsa, and a British pensioner named Ian Schilling. See, he fell flat in all these ones. According to another expose by the Moon of Alabama's blog, Nimmo also prominently figures in cluster lists in the UK's Integrity Initiative, an FCO-funded partner project of Bellingcat by, that's like almost like the 77th Brigade of PSYOPs and cyber warriors, and Atlantic Council, under which journalists, activists and social media armchair warriors were compensated for doing tasks like pushing the Russiagate conspiracy theory and launching smear attacks against public figures perceived to have taken insufficiently anti-Russian positions. Ironic, given that the DFR lab's own fondness for cluster graphics, it says here, it gives you links to these little terms and so on. And it talks about, too, how they're using them, too, for all kinds of social media. You understand this is the same ones you're seeing operate openly now, really, attacking people within their own countries. Your own governments are doing this. They're at war with all of you. An independent inquiry or independent reasoning even. Yeah? I'll put a link to the Leveson inquiry. As I say, that changed. That really, I could see the night and day change of the media, what they would say, what they wouldn't say, and so on. After that last 2009 flu failure. Although they don't mention the flu, but I know it was definitely part of it, because it was night and day. And it's 2010, a year later, remember, that they came out with a lockstep, Operation Lockstep, how it would be in the future, the next pandemic that they would try it with. It says here, this article here too, it says, it will take 7 years to end the coronavirus pandemic by getting shots in the arms of 75% of the world's population, but the US could reach herd immunity by the 2022 New Year vaccination calculator. It's all done through computers, the calculator shows. So the coronavirus pandemic will drag on for another 7 years at the current rate of vaccinations worldwide. So now the calculations predict. So we're living by calculations from computer modeling. And this was according to Bloomberg's vaccination calculator. Well, who gave him the right to be involved in changing our lives and involved with all these different pandemics, etc., along with Bill Gates and all these other big rich philanthropists, the plutocrats that John Cleese talked about, John Cleese in Monty Python said he wasn't worried about it, and the only ones he worried about were plutocrats, the richest people in the world, forming a big club and running the world to their own agenda. Well, that's just where we are, folks. And it's been this way for a long time. And then in Spain, by the way, you've got another article here. Barcelona, a judge in northwest Spain, has overruled the family's objections and decided to allow a health authority over there to administer a COVID-19 vaccine to an incapacitated woman in a nursing home. Remember the ones in Germany last week I mentioned too, where there's a lot of folk in hot water because they actually forcibly held down people who had not consented to getting vaccinations. And they gave them to them, and a lot of them have died since then. Of course, it had nothing to do with the vaccinations. But regardless, we can't get an informed consent because some of them were senile, Well, some of them were awfully ambulatory. One was even a jogger and very fit, but it makes no difference. When you're old, you're useless. You're a useless eater, for goodness sake. The bioethicists tell you that now, Get with the program. So here they are. They're just using judges to say it's legal to kill them, I guess. Legal to give them vaccinations. And if they die, it's not the vaccination, obviously. I would say it's far safer to take a blood sample, see if they've got antibodies already to it, like most folk have, and leave it at that. You don't need a vaccination then, There's also an article out, a few articles actually, and I know this is going to be a big one. It will be a big one, folks, because there's inquiries now as to, especially the doctor, because it's always important folk can make the gear start working. The gynecologist that died, his platelets were all destroyed by his own immune system. It turned on him suddenly after just coincidentally after he got the shots, within weeks. And but what they found, he had two types of antibody. One in his body created itself, so he'd been exposed to it the previous year, last year. And he developed, like most folk do, antibodies, so he's immune to it. But he got the shot in the spring, or this last month, I guess it was, in January or so. But anyway, and they said that they now had another antibody from the vaccination, a different kind. So it literally is different, Makes you wonder what's all the rest of it. But however, some investigators are wondering, and health investigators who know their stuff, are wondering if this was caused the conflict. And actually, there was a bit of a warning in one of the articles I read last week. I mentioned it, where it said that it may be possible that if you've already got the antibodies, right, that getting the vaccination might be dangerous for you because of the different kinds of conflict that will then hit you with having the two kinds. One will attack the other. This is what they're wondering, And I'll guarantee you, if there's any truth to it, that will get squashed. Because as I said last year in February, this agenda is written in stone. It took years to work this out, years to plan all, years to get the right people in places in all the big countries in charge of health and so on, all in the right positions. That's why it's not normal. You haven't got any dissenting voices in authority here. It's not normal. Anyway, just something to think about, this idea of persuading the people to go along with the crowd, and that's okay to do that when you're supposed to be giving each person, not the crowd, each person, after the crowd isn't your life, you're your life, and get an informed consent. Where you say, what are the possible side effects that have been recorded by this thing, and they're supposed to sit and read it all off to you. You're supposed to decide if you want it or not. Portuguese court rules PCR tests are unreliable. After the Spanish one, as I mentioned before, where the judge mandated the woman gets the shot anyway. So much for, Anyway, and this is going to be a precedent, you see, so they're going to try to push it on everybody, mandatory, whether you like it or not. Now, this article here, Portuguese court rules PCR tests are unreliable and quarantines are unlawful. An important legal decision faces total media blackout in the Western world. But, the PCR test, they say themselves they're not reliable for SARS-CoV-2. It's not meant to be a diagnostic. It's meant to be an aid after you've got all the clinical signs and symptoms. They're not born with clinical signs and symptoms to see if you've got experienced the clinical signs and symptoms of fever and cough and all the rest. If you don't have that, well, it doesn't really matter what the swab test does, because a lot of them are false positives, and they say that. The inventor said it. Anyway, it says, most importantly, the judge ruled that a single positive PCR test cannot be used as an effective diagnosis of infection, and that they couldn't use it as it'd be a violation of fundamental rights to liberty. Specifics of the case concerned foreign tourists entering the country from Germany, all of whom are anonymous in the transcript of the case, who were quarantined by the regional health authority. Of the four, only one had tested positive for the virus, while the other three were deemed simply high infection risk based on proximity to the positive individual. All four had, in the previous 72 hours, tested negative for the virus before departing from Germany. Remember that was a football team last year in the States? They'd all tested positive, getting on a plane or something, before going on a plane to wherever they were getting sent to other state, and they were tested negative when they go off it. I tell you, wonders we'll never see. Miracles still happen, But it says here, the ruling goes on to conclude that based on the signs that they read, right, with the cycles, because they're using up to 35 cycles or more, they become completely inaccurate, right? It says, once you get to 35 cycles or more, the accuracy dropped to 3%, meaning up to 97% of positive results could be false positives. We know that already, And it says, the ruling goes on to conclude that based on the science they read, any PCR test using over 25 cycles is totally unreliable. Most of them are over that. They're all using the labs, which give them the false positives. Governments and private labs have been very tight-lipped about the exact number of cycles they run when PCR tests, because they're all different. But it's known to sometimes be as high as 45, guaranteed to get false positives. Even fearmonger in chief Anthony Fauci has publicly stated anything over 35 is totally unusable. Why are they still using it? And the link to that article, what Fauci said, is here, by the way, It says you can read the complete ruling of the original Portuguese here and translate to English, so they give you a link to the English translation as well. And it says there's also a good write-up on Great Game India, and it's quite good that when you look into Great Game India, it's interesting. Plus a Portuguese professor sent a long email about the case to lockdown skeptics. That's a good site too to get different information from. Mind you, I look at all it's like, if I can work it out myself, I know if something's right or not or whatever, but you got to use your own head on whatever you're looking at. I don't care what it is or from where. And Whitney Webb also wrote this article along with Johnny Vedmore, but It says, from Event 201 to Cyber Polygon, the World Economic Forum's simulation of a coming cyber pandemic. Last year, the World Economic Forum teamed up with the Russian government and global banks to run a high-profile cyber attack simulation that targeted financial industry, an actual event that would pave the way for a reset of the global economy. The same Klaus Schwab again, using all techniques. The simulation named Cyber Polygon may have been more than a typical planning exercise and bears similarities to the World Economic Forum-sponsored pandemic simulation Event 201 that briefly preceded the COVID-19 crisis. So it's a good article too for those who want to read through it and so on. It's got good links as well to the articles, which you need good links to the different articles. That way you know you're just not just getting opinion, etc. When you see the different persuaders the government's putting out upon you, you won't get all the links to other points of view. As I say, they've got to streamline it to create one opinion on everything. That's what you're living through, folks. At least in other articles, they'll give you links to the different quotes and so on inside it by different people and organizations. So it's really important to read them and figure these things out for yourself. But it's interesting. It says, aside from, it goes through different people involved in all this exercise to operation, the Cyber Polygon event. And it says, aside from Ms. Houston, who was involved in it, the World Economic Forum Executive Director Klaus Schwab and former UK Prime Minister, guess who? Tony Blair again, eh? Oh, the guy who went to his mentor and says, can we use negative and positive freedom together? Meaning to create the new society. That's what he's on about, creating a new society. And he went to his mentor in Britain to get advice. That was the newspapers at the time in Britain. Isaiah Berlin. It's the same characters just go down through your lifetime, and all these different roles, and the same bunch are always involved in everything that's going to change your life because they're workers for the big club. They're not at the top, but they're workers for the big club. Anyway, Tony participated in the Cyber Polygon 2020 event, which is due to be repeated annually and bears many similarities to 2019's Event 201. Rather than preparing for a potential medical pandemic, Cyber Polygon 2020 focused on preparing for a cyber pandemic, one that mainstream media outlines, like The New Yorker, and the link is here too, claim is already underway. That's a New Yorker article there too. Given the WEF's recent simulations, powerful billionaire business owners and bankers appear to be poised to use both physical and digital pandemics to reform our societies according to their own design and for their own benefits. There you go. And as I was thinking too about the Leveson inquiry they had in Britain, Lord Leveson came out with all these recommendations for journalists, and everything changed. They had one in Australia too with a similar type of Leveson character, a big High Court judge and all that. We came out with the same stuff for Australia. But it says, Kevin Rudd's article is recent. It says, Kevin Rudd says Australian politicians are frightened of Murdoch media beast in the Senate inquiry. The former PM says his fear of the Murdoch empire persisted during his time in office and only subsided after he left. Wow, there you go. So he declared that Australian politicians are frightened of Murdoch. And speaking under parliamentary privilege at Parliament House in Canberra, Rudd said the Murdoch mob was seeking compliant politicians. He told an inquiry into media diversity that politicians were fearful of facing a systemic campaign. I'm not surprised that politicians are afraid of anybody. You wouldn't think it these days, but they're all on board together, terrifying the public. The actual politicians doing that, not the, But again, the media's on board with it too now, I guess. The former Labour Prime Minister said the unspoken word about Murdoch in Parliament House was that it's not in your personal political interest ever to go after Rupert Murdoch or Lachlan Murdoch because they'll get you. But yeah, they got the same thing in the media over there too, with inquiries they had at the same time. So that's why Australia's all on board with it too, and the media's all on board with the whole COVID exercise. And again, too, remember too, Bertrand Russell and too many useless satyrs, and it's all coincidence, like everything's coincidence, and it's coincidence that there are terrible effects just break out in people, unknown illnesses after getting vaccinated. It's just coincidence, you know that, don't you? And it says, why more men are suffering from infertility than ever before. It's a big puzzle. For years and years I've done talks on this from the different clinicians involved and different laboratories involved, constantly examining your sperm count, by the way, and they've been doing it since about the early 1970s, and probably before that too. But I even put up the documentaries put by as a woman who was a top biologist in that field for fertility, and she also used the students, the intakes of students, year by year, every year in a university in a state in the US, and she had really recorded it and rather perfectly, actually, very meticulous, and reported it and did a documentary on it as well. But it's just one of these things that happen, you know. It could be anything that caused it. And it says men are we've dropped more than 50% the sperm count since the 1970s. Do you understand? I keep telling you, the CIA and all these organizations are not yours. In fact, they do this on the West before they do it in the rest of the world. You see? That was their way of doing it before. In Africa, the plagues just suddenly break out of nowhere, just coincidentally. And because it's a big testing bed, that's my opinion. I know people too who are up in the biowarfare field, or have been in the past, some of them, who kind of agree with that it's a testing bed for certain things in Africa. But in the West, you see, they couldn't do the same thing. There'd be too much media to report what was going on at that time anyway. Now they'd probably keep quiet and have no readers because nobody would be left alive. But sperm count just drops in the West instead, you see. It's more effective, really. And it's quite cheap to do, you know. So half, you know, and by the way, the sperm that's left is generally rather immotile. It doesn't have the mobility. You see it heading towards the egg, you know. It kind of gets lost. Like most of us, we're all getting lost, aren't we? In our lives, I suppose. And so anyway, it says, and erectile dysfunction is increasing and testosterone levels are declining by 1% each year. Do you understand? That's rather big. It has been since the 1970s. What? Yeah, it's true. There you go. Testosterone is falling at the same rate as the decline in actual sperm too. Yeah? So the current rate of reproductive affairs can't continue much longer without threatening human survival, warns Mount Sinai fertility scientist Dr. Shanna Swan in her book Countdown. It says it's a global existential crisis. Well, the elite have never called it a crisis. They've always known about it, which tells me that it was meant to be. Otherwise, being the farm animals that we are, our owners would definitely have to find out what's wrong. But since they're unconcerned all the way up to now, regardless of how many exposés have been out in the past about it, it means it's meant to happen. And they know what's causing it. Of course it is. So Dr. Swan should know she's been researching fertility for 30 years. She studied a miscarriage boom in Santa Clara, California in the 1980s, which she eventually linked to toxic waste dumped into the drinking water by a local semiconductor plant. Semiconductor plants are pretty nasty stuff, by the way. I know they did a lot in Pennsylvania too at one point. Some parts of it. She moved on to sperm rates in 1997, and they've been her canary in the coal mines now since. In 2017, she sounded alarm with meta-analysis of 40,000 men that showed that sperm count fell a whopping 59% between 1973 and 2011. Now, what's changed? Again, back to Sherlock Holmes. What's changed? You know, diet injections and injunctions, Bertrand Russell. Wonder what's changed. I don't know. Yep. Old Thomas Malthus saying all the eugenicists ever since. And again, Aldous Huxley prattling off in Mr. Wallace's interview, and starts off with, you know, it's going to double the population rate by so-and-so, and yeah, there you go. It's the main thing on his mind, eh? And all that group of the scientific elite that works for the dominant minority at the top. Which, that's what they said, right? This article goes on too. And Well, they talk about infertility and why women want children and have got problems with the men sometimes. And it talks about counting down, to this crisis, the counting down of sperm. And she says here that not only do men have less sperm than their fathers, right? It says, although the World Health... Here's the thing, too. This is the part I was looking for. Normal sperm count ranges from 15 million sperm per milliliter. Milliliter, that's tiny, right? A little milliliter. That's how much sperm's in it. To 200 million per milliliter, right? 200 million, that's a lot. You think that's a lot. It says, though the World Health Organization deems a rate below 15 million as low, right? Again, that wonderful organization, Bill Gates. Remember, Bill Gates, too many people. There's a lot of people in the world. It's going to keep expanding and population increasing. And he funds the World Health Organization big time. That came out, So anyway, not I'm tying anything together. I'm just thinking, it's a coincidence and stuff. Anyway, it says, so the World Health Organization's rate is 15 million, which is way lower than it should be. That's for it to be workable, for anything working. Swan argues that anything below 40 million, they've actually altered us the rate of the World Health Organization until you're pretty well sterile, But it says Swan argues anything below 40 million creates challenges for reproduction. Today, the average male is nearing that number at 47.1 million sperm per millimeter, compared to his father, who had an average of 99 million sperm per milliliter. It's clear that this is a deeply worrying trend. Not only do men have less sperm than their dads, but they also have lower testosterone levels. This is interesting, this part. A 2006 study showed that a 65-year-old man in 2002 would have testosterone levels that are 15% lower than a 65-year-old man in 1987. A similar drop has been noted in young adults and adolescents, according to a 2020 Urology Times Journal article. As a result, prescriptions for testosterone replacement therapies doubled between 2010 and 2013, according to the Forbes. But there was one troubling side effect. 90% of men can have their sperm counts drop to zero while they're on testosterone. So replacing it with testosterone isn't doing the effects, and something else at work, you see. Sexual desire has followed a similar path. A massive sexual slump is underway due to declines in people's sex drives and interest in sexual activity. Swan writes, men now seek help for erectile dysfunction on average 7 years earlier than they did in 2005, and 26% of men who deal with it are under the age of 40. Wow. Aye. Also, it says there's an overall increase in genital abnormalities, including higher documented rates of undescended testicles and unusually small penises. These issues have been mirrored in the animal kingdom. Baltic grey seals have reduced reproductive abilities, and polar bears have smaller genitals and lower than average testosterone levels, and alligators, panthers, and minks have all shown increases in reproductive and genital abnormalities. So then they go into what could be going on, etc. Men who cycle for 90 minutes or more per week had 34% lower sperm. Concentrations, lower sperm concentration than those who didn't ride bikes at all. Men who cycle for 90 minutes or more per week have 34% lower sperm concentrations than those who don't ride bicycles at all. They mentioned that plastics and chemicals, of course, don't help, right? And blah, blah, the phthalates, etc. Etc. There's more to it than that, though. I think I'm pretty sure of it. And again, there's no crisis about it. And these articles get churned out every other year, but there's no crisis from the top, which tells me it's meant to be. You see, it just happens to fall in line with the fact that they want to. Well, there's too many of you. And they keep telling us that, don't they? Huh? That's what the WEF's all about too, with this great reset and the society they want to bring into being. Eh? You'll have less of everything, And this article 2, again, I'll put up, I've mentioned before, Leveson Inquiry has chilling effect on the freedom of speech, says Michael Gove. And that's the one that came out 2012. This was published. And it's creating a chilling atmosphere towards freedom of expression. This was after, again, it came out with like the articles, from the good articles they could talk about at the time with the 2009 flu that really wasn't a flu. And what the reporter said about it then is straight to the point, and who was profiting from it, etc., etc., etc. Well, after that comes Leveson Inquiry using, again, a different reason for it. They always use different reasons to implement clampdowns on speech. And they used Murdoch, again, in Britain, as I say, did in Australia too, as the reason for it all. But in reality, all journalism completely changed immediately. You can't have freedom of speech, especially when you've got organisations that try to get conformity of speech and opinion, right? Like I read about earlier, the article from the government, where they're paying them to do all this, to make sure they'll have their uniformity of opinion by the PSYOP guys working with the cyber boys, And we saw in Texas, now they've got basically one system of everything, which is electricity. I've said it before, once you take away your different choices and what you need to live in, you're seeing monopolization, like a single monopoly power take over, and then your ability to survival is reduced during any other crisis, you see. So how in the world can anyone pay this? Some seeing electric bills as high as $17,000 in Texas, in the wake of the Texas winter storm. There's an article last week too. They said that it took was it $900, or was it more than $900 to charge a car, electric car? That's what they did with the price of it all. It says the price went up from $50 per megawatt to $9,000 per megawatt. So there you go, You've got to have other methods of dealing with it, and you've got to have other standby stuff you can use, and that is plentiful, all ready to go. Because it's your lives at stake, folks. Of course it is. You've got to understand that the wealthy elites and the continuity of government programs, the COGs, they're stacked up like you wouldn't believe. They've got underground facilities galore, well stacked with all kinds of propane, and they've even got coal in case they run out of the things, if there's long-term underground conditions are necessary. They've got all kinds of fuels to keep them going for maybe a century, they say, and stacks of food. I can see the trains pass me. I can tell you this COVID thing's going to last for years. I've never seen so many freight trains. It's all freight trains. So day and night passing this place here. Never. Even when there was a good economy before the 2008 crash, and then it quietened down, there've never been so many trains as this now. And longer trains with maybe 3 or 4 engines or more on them, miles long. And they're going at one heck of a rate speed. And believe it, with all the stores closed except the food stores, the big authorised conglomerate food stores, what's all the stuff where's it all going? Huh? Everything else was shut down. It's not all going to Walmart. Years, you're looking for years of this stuff that's going on. As they get worse and worse and worse by design, to bring in the new society, right? This article is from Reuters, and it says UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson has met with billionaire vaccine evangelist Bill Gates and 10 big pharma CEOs to discuss rolling out the COVID-19 jab and unveil the country's new Gates-funded plan to prevent future pandemics. Well, that's your new Führer, Mr. Gates. That's as far as I can see. I mean, who gave this guy this power? He just did it. Well, but the bigger organisation above him obviously appointed him to do it, and everybody else beneath him has been put in that you just do what you're told, obviously. Huh? Come on here, It's involved in everything, and the money dishes out to the WHO and everybody else. They're all in his pocket, as far as I mean. They're all compromised. Of course they are. Of course they are, absolutely. You know, gives money to Fauci's group as well. All published. And medical attorney, government advisor's idea to give corona-free Britons wristbands gets cold welcome on Twitter. That's an article. And a UK member of parliament pushes mandatory COVID-19 vaccination for travel and suggests the army should oversee the rollout. Well, that's very democratic of them. Very first world, you know. Round up the anti-vaxxers, enlist religious leaders. Bill Gates warns US needs to brainstorm ways to reduce vaccine hesitancy. That's what they're calling having a choice. You know, you're hesitant. You see, you haven't noticed the crowd rushing, you know, like they told you, like the ones that motivate you, how to use the crowd. Well, how many of the crowd have taken it? Okay, I'll take it too then, yeah. Or you're hesitating. No, I've made my choice here. You know, it's just I want you to wait and see what happens when another virus rolls around and what this vaccine will do to it. Any conflicts or something. You know, it's just common sense stuff. You know, yeah. Apart from that too, you've probably got antibodies against it. Why don't they just give you a blood test to see if you've got antibodies? An awful lot of folk, if not most, will have it. Why would you need a vaccine that's experimental? I know it's to Israel. Is it ahead of what? It's the test. It's a guinea pig. Israel's a guinea pig now too. I've got an article here. I'll get to it eventually. And by the way, and from the Daily Mail in Britain, right, it says, has the lockdown wiped out the flu? There's no cases in Britain. No cases of influenza have been detected in England this year. None. Because of tough social distancing measures, says the experts. Yeah, sure. Flu may have almost completely disappeared in England after a brutal lockdown, really. Well, folks still were going out, you know, and they're still going into grocery stores and everything. They're packed with people trying to get something, their crumbs, you know. They don't have the trains delivering it to their special places for the continuity of governments and so on, and yada, yada, yada. But it says, so there you go. It may have disappeared, eh? But yet officials are confident the flu is barely spreading because only 4 people admitted to hospitals in England since the start of the year were confirmed to have had the virus. I tell you. For comparison, 74 patients were admitted with flu during the same week at the start of 2020 before COVID had taken hold, it says here. There. However, the figures suggest flu has been annihilated are from a snapshot of just 25 National Health Service trusts. Data for the other 100 plus hospitals are not included in the weekly surveillance reports. There you are, then. But that's a miracle, eh? It's a miracle. It's not that they're counting flu as COVID. No, that would never happen, eh? What's the symptoms of a flu? I've got a bit of a fever and maybe a bit of cough too, and stomach upset and COVID. Has to be COVID. What else could it be? And this article here too, it's actually from the Times. I think this one here. The Times is taken from the Times, perhaps. But anyway, it's the GCHQ Journal. That's the headquarters in Britain. Cyber war and anti-vaccine propaganda. This is one of the ones I mentioned before. Spies tackle disinformation linked to Russia. This is Times Radio as well. And it says, so the GCHQ has begun an offensive cyber operation to disrupt anti-vaccine propaganda. Anti-vaccine propaganda being spread by hostile states, the Times understands. The spy agency is using a toolkit developed to tackle disinformation and recruitment material peddled by Islamic State, according to sources. It's the latest move by cyber agents to counter activity linked to Moscow. This Moscow is just astonishing. Whose aim is to exploit the pandemic in order to undermine the West and boost Russian interests. The government regards tackling false information about inoculation as a rising priority as a prospect of a reliable vaccine against the coronavirus draws closer. This is before they put it out, right? A government source said the GCHQ has been told to take out anti-vaxxers online. This is the Times, eh? And on social media, there are ways they have used to monitor and disrupt terrorist propaganda. Okay? Now, don't forget, these are the same groups that have used in other countries. And they give you the tactics below it, the tactics that they've used before to disrupt it all. So, this is your own government. So much for your freedom of choice, eh? And coming to your own conclusions, eh? So there you are. And, oh yeah, Professor Michael Chizodowski from Global Research Canada says the 2020 worldwide corona crisis destroying civil society, injuring economic depression, global coup d'etat, and the Great Reset. It's a PDF, long one too, but it's got a lot of articles, or at least links to different things that have been going on and so on, and how famines have happened already, according to the United Nations, in 25 developing countries, and so on and so on. This is total war on the planet, I hope you understand. It goes into, as well, the mRNA technology that has a bearing on the human genome, very important for... I guess I won't mention that when you give your informed consent, eh? And it says, were the standard animal lab tests using mice or ferrets conducted, or did Pfizer go straight to human guinea pigs? Human tests began late July, early August. 3 months is unheard of for testing a new vaccine. Several years is the normal. Yeah. But it's a good article. Very long, as I say. I can't read all this. It would take a long time to do, but you should read it if you're interested. It's good. Information is something you can peruse, folks, because you have to make decisions. I've said this all along. The decision comes down. Don't look at the crowd, for goodness sake. It's your life. It's not theirs. It's yours. The crowd isn't going to cry for you if anything happens to you. And you'll have to deal with it if you survive it. You might be very ill, Who knows? I'll put up that one too, the odd-looking feminist professor who's getting all this publicity. I mean, I'm sure most people wouldn't give her a time of day, basically. But the feminist professor who practices the occult cause for human extinction to save the planet. I guess that's why she's getting the publicity. Also, how the government can convince doubters again to get the COVID-19 vaccine. Again, this is New Zealand, this one here too. And how they use trusted leaders to try to convince the skeptics, eh? And I feel you do so will worsen health inequities. It's to make everyone equal. And they go into the different groups that people that they'll look up to, and a movie star, things like movie stars and stuff like that. Important people, not simple ordinary folk that are your neighbours, for goodness sake, Doubters. Now once again, what when doubter, why don't you tell the people what it says on the information pack that comes along with the packs, right? On side effects. And give them also give them the facts to do with what happens after the Fauci's already told you. It won't stop you getting the coronavirus. It won't stop you spreading it. It may, here's your little caveat, it may stop you getting severe symptoms off it. It may. And you don't know how long it will last in your body. You will get side effects. They say 80% will get side effects right away, like bumps in the arm or sore arms, or even arms that can't move. And stuff like that. Fauci himself said that, even though he touched the wrong arm after the shot. But, at least in the little video clip. But why don't you tell the people all this stuff and say, do you want to take it? And here's possible side effects according to the manufacturers themselves. Why don't you rather than persuasive psychological techniques that are meant for warfare purposes on the public, to bypass them coming to informed conclusions? Huh? How about that? If it's so good, you can give them the facts and tell them what the real facts are. And they won't be doubting you then, right? It's a perfectly safe thing and all the rest. I keep telling you all that stuff. And yada, yada. Yep. Give them the proof and all the studies. Eh? This one in Canada, how Premier Jason Kenney went from defending conscience rights to jailing pastors. And Alberta Premier Jason Kenney posted Facebook best wishes to Christians across Alberta. That was on February 17th. Around the world as they begin the penitential season of Lent on Ash Wednesday. The day before, Pastor James Coates had been locked up in an Alberta prison for exercising his charter freedoms of conscience, religion, association, expression, and peaceful assembly. Like most people, Pastor Coates and his Grace Life Church near Edmonton were very concerned about the COVID virus back in March 2020, when Neil Ferguson of Imperial College frightened the whole world with his wildly inaccurate predictions. Government's blender accepted Professor Ferguson's fear-mongering about COVID being an unusually deadly killer that we should all be very afraid of. Stats Canada data to mid-October 2020 tells us that while overall death rates in Canada increased in the first 3 quarters of 2020, death rates have also been increasing over time as our population ages. Increases in death rates for people over 85 in 2020 are largely comparable to those that have occurred in the last 3 to 4 years. That's from Stats Canada. We know that COVID threatens primarily seniors in long-term care homes who are already dying of cancer, emphysema, heart disease, and other. By the way, if you're getting treated for cancer, you've no immune system left pretty well because of if you're getting the chemical therapy and radiation therapy. And heart disease, other serious illnesses, death rates amongst men and women in the 65 to 84 age group are lower or comparable to previous years. Not what you would expect from an unusually deadly killer, is it? And it poses no significant threat to children, youth, young adults, and about 90% of the population who have a greater chance of dying in a car accident than dying of COVID. Remarkably, death rates in Canada for those aged 44 and under increased significantly in 2020, especially among men. COVID is not a factor here, so what is leading to these deaths? Yeah, it's interesting. Like so many other people in Alberta and the world, Pastor Coates understands that the violation of human rights and human dignity by lockdown measures is not based on science, and it's true. So that they held church services. Again, Christian churches are easy, okay, they won't fight back, you see, and they don't have any elevated special status. So the police won't go in there and play havoc with them, you know. It says, so charter freedoms, the charters of rights, are violated by Alberta's Chief Medical Officer, Dina Hinshaw, with the full approval of Premier Kenney. So now Pastor Coates is in jail and not allowed to see any family or other visitors for the first 14 days of his imprisonment. He's effectively in solitary confinement. There you go. You understand, this is also part of the fear that has been mentioned. Interestingly, from China, even when Mao Zedong was the head there, the Chairman Mao, and he talked about the greatest fear you had, it was a big idea. And when you really dig into what he's talking about, he was talking about religion. Because people will fight hell and earth because of religious reasons and beliefs, as opposed to just basing. You'll never win this by arguing scientific and practical facts. It's their playing field. That's why they gave it to you this way. That's why they don't want religion brought into this, because religion gives you the rights from God, and that gives you an awful lot of power. And they know that. Whether they believe in it or not makes no difference. They know that. If you believe it, that's enough. And when you get a lot of people unified in a religion turning against them, then you are a terrible enemy of them. And they know that. That's why Christianity is heavily under attack. It's the easiest target of all. They will not generally attack the Muslim groups for different reasons, but the Muslims won't stand up for it. So they should be a beacon for a lot of people, because they stand by their rights. And the rights don't come from governments. There's rights that don't come from governments. And a lot of organizations see, and even religions see, governments as potentially evil. They're off this world, as they call it. And because of that, and look at history. History is a horror story when it comes to governments. There'll be more folk killed by their governments in history than fighting other nations. Yeah. And we should remember that too. They don't want you to think about these things, but Yeah, when things repeat over and over and over from government agencies, even genocides, they should be very, very wary, especially when you've got elitists running the whole planet now for their big club, and they don't want as many people around anymore. They don't need you. They've said it. They said at the beginning of the 20th century, the Superman of George Bernard Shaw and his Fabian Society, was the one who would adapt the whole thing into technical systems that were coming up and coming, and the old man was obsolete. He said that then in the beginning, man and Superman. And they haven't changed their tune. They don't need all of you anymore. They've got robots to do so much of their own work for them now. And you are obsolete. You're consuming their resources, and it's too many of you make their planet untidy for them as they want to, fly over areas in their private jets and look down and see wilderness and open spaces and animals, not you. I really mean, they're quite open about the fact they hate you. They really hate you, and they believe they've got nothing in common with you. Like Bertrand Russell said, he said eventually the elites, because of their special breeding, is a selector mates, really select them very carefully, or have them done for them, by the way, and inherit the wealth of the previous generations. And he said, and they know what's really going on because they are the wild man of Charles Galton Darwin. They're not encumbered by morality or indoctrinations and petty, conformities. They can do what they want, and they do what they want. So you see, you're obsolete, and it's their world, and they've decided that they don't need you around anymore. In fact, they're afraid of too many of you. They've always been afraid of you. That's why they've had so much spy agencies out for centuries, actually, especially in Britain, since Elizabeth I especially, with Walsingham doing all the spy work for her internally. Because they're terrified of the ordinary people. And too many of you makes them even more scared. So, it takes a lot of propaganda to keep you in your place, And this article here is from Gilad Atzmon, who's a musician. He's Israeli by birth. I think he lives in Britain now, he did for a while. Or Europe anyway. And he says, hot off the press, Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla admits that Israel is the world's lab. Right? Israelis are confused by the fact that their government treats them like laboratory pets if they wonder why their freedom to travel, to socialize, or even earn a living have evaporated. Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla produced a genuine answer yesterday in an interview on NBC. Bourla said. That's Bourla, I guess, the name, Albert Bourla. He said, I believe Israel has become the world's lab right now because they're using only our vaccine at this stage. See, they're not mixing vaccines. And they've vaccinated a very big part of their population, so we can study both economy and health indices. And it says here that there's no issue with medical experiments involving humans if the participants are fully aware of all possible circumstances and considerations involved in their consent. This didn't happen in Israel. By means of green passports, the government practically threatens to penalize anyone reluctant to participate in a lab experiment for a giant pharmaceutical company with a very problematic record. It gives you a link to the problematic record that's been recorded for over the years, by the way. The result of this Pfizer-Israeli experiment aren't necessarily encouraging, though it may be possible, as some studies suggest, that most vaccinated people have at least short-term protection. It may, it suggests it might, from COVID-19. No one can deny the astonishing fact that in just 8 weeks of mass vaccinations, the total number of COVID-19 deaths in the Jewish state almost doubled from the number accumulated in the prior 10 months where they didn't have the vaccine. It's doubled since they've got the vaccines. Since Israel morphed into a nation of guinea pigs, a virus that used to prey on the elderly and those with severe health issues has now changed its nature completely. After just 2 months of what they call successful mass vaccination campaign, 76% of new COVID-19 cases are under 39. Didn't have that before, right? Since only 5.5% are over 60. 40% of critical patients are under 60. So they're what, young folk, right? are getting COVID after the vaccinations, according to this article here. The country has also detected a sharp rise in COVID-19 cases amongst pregnant women, with more than a few in critical condition. In the last few weeks, newborn COVID-19 cases saw a large 1,300% spike, from 400 cases in our 2-year-olds in November 20 to 5,800 in February 2021. The evidence collected in Israel points at a close correlation between mass vaccination cases and deaths. This correlation points to the possibility that it is the vaccinated who actually spread the virus, or even a range of mutants that are responsible for the radical shift in symptoms above. Remember what they said too, that I think Fauci that said that, and Bill Gates, that the people will become like breeders, like reactors. So here you have it, but yeah, look at the amount of folk who've got the darn thing after they got the vaccination, and the young people, the young folk weren't getting it before. After vaccination. And this is the links to what I'm saying here are all here, by the way, from the Israeli papers. And it says the evidence collected in Israel points at close correlation between mass vaccination cases and deaths, right? And it says, so Burla admitted after this, right, asked by the NBC whether one could infect others after receiving 2 doses of the vaccine, Burla admitted it is something that needs to be confirmed, and the real-world data that we are getting from Israel and other studies will help us understand this better. Well, I already know it from previous country studies. If CEO Burla isn't sure whether his vaccine prevents the spreading of the disease, why is he selling it around the world? If he isn't sure, isn't that true? Huh? Why should any government allow this substance being used until all necessary precautions have been taken? Furthermore, in the light of the emerging concern that vaccinated can spread the disease, with CEO Burla, he doesn't deny it, right? What is the meaning of the green passport? I guess that such a document could easily be replaced by a gullible certificate awarded to those who are foolish enough to turn themselves in. But Burla doesn't have to wait much longer for the results from his lab. I can provide him with the most relevant numbers, assuming that either he or anyone else in Pfizer can read basic graphs. Every country that fell into the mass vaccination trap has seen a similar unprecedented spike in cases and deaths. The following collection graphs point at the undeniable correlation between mass vaccination and an exponential surge in COVID-19 cases and deaths. A spike in cases often detected just 2 to 3 days after the launch of the mass vaccination campaign. And he puts it up there for you, the graphs and so on, and explains them. Another one, too, another article says, don't you dare enjoy the sunshine. Yesterday, the R rate was as low as it's ever been. Infections, hospitalizations, and deaths were continuing to drop. This is Mail Online, talk about Britain. This is Jonathan Van Tam, that's the person who's in charge of the health there, urged Britons not to relax as the UK heads into a glorious weekend with the first warm weather for months, warning that this is not a battle that we have won yet. So I can't be bored with this propaganda, these spiels. Again, Klaus Schwab said this is a war. This is the terminology they're using. It's war terminology. He said that early on in this campaign. It's a campaign. It's a war campaign, isn't it? On society to change it all. And they know where they want to take it to. In the States, by the way, everything's getting privatized over the years, and even a few things that really work well that government runs, like the postal service now is going to be made purposely slower, right? So the Postmaster General previews slower mail and improved employee benefits, it says, supports new postal reform bill. They know they're eventually going to privatize it completely, you know that. Right? Then it'll really get even more expensive than it is now. Right? And it's one of the few going concerns that they really have that brings in a big profit, but they siphon off the profits and put them in other government departments. I remember reading that a few years back. That's what was happening. This other article, too, is to do with, it says, 20 years ago when I was pregnant with the first child, transformed into a total health nut, mentions what happened and watched consumption of caffeine, spam, and sushi and all the rest of it. and started taking care of ourselves. And says, now imagine if our culture encouraged women of childbearing age to be as vigilant about the effects of big pharma's experimental drugs on themselves and their unborn babies as they are about our diets. We know all about gluten and carbs, trans fats and omega-3 fatty acids, mercury in fish, and heavy metals in baby food. But do you know what's in the COVID-19 vaccines? And it's got the link from the cdc.gov. And they go through some of the different components and different vaccines. It says that an estimated 100 million Americans are expected to inject into their bodies by the spring. But it's okay, you see, if the rest of them are doing it, if the crowd's doing it, that's the whole motivation for doing it. In December, I flagged concerns raised by Dr. Michael Yaden, former Vice President and Chief Science Officer at Pfizer Global, regarding two additives in the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine, polyethylene glycol and M-neon green. Yaden and his colleagues warned of potential fertility-specific risks involving antibodies against spike proteins that could disrupt the development of placenta in vaccinated women. It's unclear, they warned, what, if any, information that clinical trial subjects received regarding those risks. Bear in mind that none of the clinical trials conducted by the vaccine makers to win emergency use authorization from the federal government includes pregnant women. It says that that's been historically true of drug trials because Dr. Simon Gold, America's frontline doctors, explained to me in an interview last week that the cascade of events has to go on in the human body to get pregnant and maintain a pregnancy is incredibly complicated, and we don't know all the details of what we don't know. Gold called it shocking that medical professionals and pregnant women, women of childbearing age, would be advocating taking anything experimental, and it gives you the interview to that too, the link to the interview. And it goes on too about the experimental mRNA vaccine and the possible autoimmune rejection of the placenta, which has happened with other vaccines before sometimes. And it goes on about the very little data available to assess vaccine safety in pregnancy and so on. And it mentions VAERS as well as the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System. Data human COVID-19 vaccine recipients have disclosed multiple cases of apparently healthy late-term fetuses lost days after vaccinations. That's from the Federal Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System data. So Berenson adds, healthy pregnant women are at next to no risk from COVID, so why on earth would anyone try to shame them into getting the vaccine? And then the policies for keeping ahead of the variants of this deadly disease. It says, staying ahead of the variants, policy recommendations to identify and manage current and future variants of concern. And so the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Safety, there you go, the ones behind all these different tests and exercises I've done in the past. But they're already getting ready for all the different strains, etc. You know that. I won't even bother reading it, but the vaccine industry is looking at raking in billions forever and ever, amen, with all kinds of new things and stuff, I meant to mention too, Israel also has the article about them actually handing out these electronic armlets and bracelets to people coming into Israel from certain countries now, so they can get monitored as they lock themselves down for a couple of weeks by the authorities. It's just astonishing. I mentioned that last year, and I says, well, they actually use them. Well, here they're actually using them now. Also, the US is back on with the program of bombing Syria and tackling Iranian-backed militia, it says here. That's a good excuse, Iranian-backed militia. You have to take their word for it. But they're on the list, remember. Syria was on the list to be taken out 8 years ago by the Peanut Group. And they won't stop. They'll always get back on board with the program, and there you go. Also, Silicon Valley and the World Economic Forum backed foundation announced global initiative for COVID-19 vaccine records. It's all been locked. Your whole records now, it's not just vaccine. They want to all now put on file for your passport, not just vaccine passport, but total health passport. And they're all already sharing all your data, right? I'll put that up too. I remember a few years ago reading an article that Google in Britain was already given permission to experiment with folks' data. All this is happening today was practiced in different experiments over the years, little beta tests. So there you go. And I mentioned too that what is the truth about COVID deaths? Grieving relatives along with members of parliament and top medics demand inquiry into his families to reveal more loved ones they believe were wrongly certified as virus victims. And medical experts have demanded inquiry into the number of fatalities that have been blamed on COVID-19. And so more than 100 Daily Mail readers wrote letters after Belle Mooney revealed her father's death recorded as COVID. And one funeral director said it was a national scandal what they're telling about the COVID. He says the claims are part of a Daily Mail investigation that raises serious questions over the spiralling death toll. More than 100 readers wrote heartbreaking letters following a moving article by Belle Mooney last Saturday. She revealed the death of her 90-year-old father, who suffered from dementia and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, was recorded as coronavirus. And Leila Morin, the Liberal Democrat MP who chairs the all-party parliamentary group on coronavirus, said the government should call a public inquiry into the handling of the pandemic immediately with an interim investigation into all COVID deaths that should report as soon as possible. So that people are getting really ticked off because they know what their relatives were dying of, and well, what can you say? I'm not surprised with the cons. They've used so many cons because they must get the numbers up. And since medical experts have cited pressure on doctors to include COVID-19 as a cause of death because it was last year ruled a notifiable disease, meaning any case needs to be reported officially. Now, don't forget, too, most cases now are not cases at all. They don't even have tests. They need to just put them down as well. But they could have had it. It may have been symptoms of, Again, there's no flu now, eh? So that so people are getting ticked off with all this chronology that's going on, eh? And the thing is, too, they're saying some of them here, they give examples that some of the people here had COPD, the chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, lung condition that causes severe breathing difficulties. The second is that this woman they're talking about was a resident at Aldergrove Manor care home in Wolverhampton. And the third, at the time of that Jess 83 was a resident at Aldergrove, at least there were no confirmed cases of COVID, but they put them down as COVID anyway. So it goes on and on and on. I'll tell you another thing I've noticed too. Occasionally you'll see some startling stories where as soon as someone dies, close to the shot, that vaccination, but it's got nothing to do with it, right? I mean, we all know that, right? And it's safe to say that it's got nothing to do with it. It's better to say that. But you'll see it in the newspapers that the close relatives immediately, or at least one of them might just say, but they're still encouraging you to get your shot after their relative just died, And I wonder, and I wouldn't put it past them, a multi-billion-dollar enterprise here. Are they actually paying people to say that? Big bucks? Huh? Are they? And not to speak out against, perhaps, any clues that any associated circumstances that may have caused the problem, or, just speculation, of course. And there you are. And this one again, going back to one of the stories at the beginning, look for ways to increase insecurity, anxiety, and uncertainty. The Zero COVID document, huh? Irish news, eh? And the revelation comes from a trove of hundreds of emails, draft documents, and ISAC internal, that's the Irish special advisory group for the government, internal communications that were recently leaked to Gript. So the members were instructed to review and internalise instructions to look for ways to increase insecurity, anxiety, and uncertainty in the people, and to go after people and not institutions. People speaking, go after people, because people hurt faster than institutions. There's your democracies in actions, folks. The instructions were shared to the group by Professor Anthony Staines, one of the founders of ISAG, the group, right? In a note titled Notes from 2020 2/8 ISAC meeting. The note's title contains a typo which was actually posted on the 8th of February 2021. The note reminded Isaac members of the importance of ridicule as man's most powerful weapon, and that the threat of a thing is usually more terrifying than the thing itself. So ridicule the people who are speaking out, you see. Shame them and ridicule them, that's what they're on about here. And it says these guys who are part of this group, by the way, they're regular guests on the Irish media and probably on TV too, were told they could count on imagination to dream up many more consequences. Your imagination, right? You can dream up many more consequences than they themselves, as the threat is usually more terrifying than the thing itself. There you go. Same as the one in Britain that they handed out to the British newspaper journalists and so on. Or at least news journalists, I should call them. Most of them don't have papers anymore, I think. But journalists, same kind of thing. Yeah? Same stuff from the same group, really, because the Irish branch works with the main branch in London, England. Look for ways to increase insecurity, anxiety, and uncertainty. There you go. Send a few bucks my way, please, and keep me going. Take care of yourselves in the meantime, and get your little groups together to help each other as you go through. They'll get worse before they get any better. They don't give up. They get more vicious, I think, as time goes on. There's a lot riding on this. It isn't just vaccine industry or money. It's a whole new way of bringing a new structured system in, which you wouldn't like if you were asked about it. So you're not being asked. You're made to conform. Send a few bucks my way, cuttingthroughthematrix.com. And look into it, you'll see how to send me a few dollars. Take care of yourselves, and from myself, from Alan Watt, Ontario, Canada, this good night to me. Your God or your gods go with you.